plenty of time to be busy with other things after landing. The only downside is having to stay up late to board the flight, which is quite exhausting. Zhao Zi went back to organize the files. Wen Youning stood at the small courtyard gate, her fingertips rubbing against the rolled-up wall. The red falcon is basking in the sun and sleeping, subconsciously considering it a safe place, plus sensing a familiar smell, without even moving its eyes. "Where did you go last night? You look so tired." Wen Youning smiled as she smoothed down the fur on its head and then turned to go into the house. The door opened and Lin Beiyu poked his head out of the kitchen. "You're back." Lin Beiyu had rolled up the sleeves of his white shirt to his arms, and he was wearing an apron that covered half of his well-tailored suit pants. The range hood in the kitchen roared, but it couldn't suppress the smile in Lin Beiyu's voice. "The meal is also ready. You sit down first. We will start eating soon." "Thank you for your hard work." Wen Youning stepped forward to take the dishes. "What about the dog in the yard?" "When I just came in, there wasn't a single dog around. I thought they were inside enjoying the air conditioning, but upon entering I didn't see any. Even the rock wolf and the little tabby cat are not here. The places they usually go for walks are also empty. The secretary and the secretary's assistant took them out for a walk," Lin Beiyu explained calmly. "This area is still a bit small. I have a plot of land nearby that I'm turning into a park, and I'll take them there to run around." "All right, don't say any more." "Why can these few words form a sentence?" "I have to think twice about whether to add an egg when I buy a set of pancakes. You built a park just to walk your dog. That's hilarious," reported. "Don't think I don't know what you're up to by sending the rock wolf away." "Wow, I always thought that CEOs who sit in the office are all thin and weak, but Lin has such well-defined arms. He must have worked out a lot." Wen Youning was taken aback. "Could it be?" "No, it was bought a long time ago, and there has been no planning for the vacant land, so it's just been sitting there, which is just right for utilization. Lin Beiyu served 2 bowls of rice. We can consider building a connection with the park later. Here, rice." Wen Youning narrowed her eyes and said thank you. The rice in the bowl piled into a small mountain, cooked just right with the perfect amount of water, neither hard nor soft, carrying the fragrance of the rice itself along with a hint of sweetness. Wen Youning took a bite of rice and, catching sight of the live broadcast equipment, thought for a moment and said, "I'll stop the broadcast for now and start again when Yan Lang comes back. See you soon." She started the live broadcast as soon as she got off the plane. She promised her fans to film Yan Lang, but Yan Lang is not at home right now. The closed live broadcast device is placed on the coffee table. Wen Youning sat back at the dining table. The table is filled with home-cooked dishes, with meat, vegetables, and seafood all included. Lin Beiyu, with gloved hands, reached over just in time to place the peeled shrimp meat on her plate. "These shrimp are very fresh. I just blanched them in hot water and added a little salt. Try it. If you think the flavor is too light, there's sauce over here. I'll be fine on my own." "Don't get your hands dirty. There aren't many left." Lin Beiyu brought the boiled shrimp over to his side, removed the shrimp vein without damaging the shell, which makes the shrimp meat more tender. Fresh shrimp boiled in plain water can better enhance the natural flavor of the ingredients. Even without any ingredients to remove fishy odors, it tastes fresh with no fishiness, tender and springy, and has a good texture. The light boiled shrimp suits Wen Youning's taste very well. When Youning ate the shrimp, it's very delicious. "I guessed you would like it." Lin Beiyu smiled slightly and handed over the small plate of peeled shrimp. "Eat some more." Wen Youning saw that he had been busy for a long time but hadn't taken a bite. "You should eat too, or the food will get cold." "Okay," Lin Beiyu said and opened a hairy crab. From August to November is the season for eating hairy crabs, and with good quality, the hairy crabs on the table are all very fat. Compared to the ease of peeling shrimp, peeling the many-legged, shell-covered hairy crabs is not so effortless. After being poked a few times by the legs of the hairy crab, Lin Beiyu took the crab body that he had split in half and used a spoon to scoop out the crab meat inside. Duh! A pile of neatly arranged crab meat was placed in front of him. Lin Beiyu looked up and saw Wen Youning with her palm facing up, her fingertips curling inward. He paused for a moment, his gaze landing on the gloved hand of Wen Youning. Her motion of raising her hand seemed to be in slow motion. Seeing him frozen as if he were immobilized, Wen Youning said, "Give me your crab." "Crab," Lin Beiyu coughed lightly, holding 2 pieces of crab body and placing them in her hand. Wen Youning used the crab leg to scoop out the meat inside. "Look, if I peel it like this, the crab body remains intact." Next to her, there was an already emptied crab shell. Lin Beiyu caressed with his fingertips, very impressive. "It's all experience. When I was on business trips before, I could always find quite a few crabs every time the tide went out at the beach," Wen Youning said as she peeled another crab. Lin Beiyu picked up a new crab and started peeling it like she did. "Did you often go on business trips before?" "Yeah, quite busy. After all, her identity before entering the book was recorded in the system, and due to its special nature, there wasn't anyone who could substitute for her in the system. She had to fly around the world by herself. I work as a zookeeper in domestic zoos during breaks." Wen Youning changed the topic and said with a smile, "But it's very interesting. Friends can be found all over the world, in both geographical and textual senses." Lin Beiyu said, "Your life is very exciting." Wen Youning raised an eyebrow, not denying this point. The crab shells were piled high on the table, and the crab meat in the plate increased, while they hardly touched their chopsticks during the conversation. Lin Beiyu pushed the several small plates he had peeled toward Wen Youning. "It's too much, I can't finish it." Wen Youning helplessly pushed some back to him. "Let's eat together." Lin Beiyu, "Okay." Crab meat, even if shared between 2 people, doesn't amount to much. Lin Beiyu said, "I have contacted the people on the other side of the protected area. There will be someone to meet you when you disembark, and they will give you a work badge that you need to wear to get on the tourist vehicle." Watching lions in the protected area is similar to a zoo, but the danger level is much higher. The semi-open tourist vehicles allow for close observation of lions, but getting off the vehicle is not permitted. Wen Youning is going to find the white lion, and she definitely can't just sit in the car and watch from a distance. Considering this, Lin Beiyu arranged for someone to get an identity for her in advance, to avoid wasting time in line when they arrive. Wen Youning, "Sorry for the trouble, Mr. Lin." Lin Beiyu poured her a glass of freshly squeezed juice. "Shouldn't this be part of my logistics team's responsibilities? Do you think I'm more reliable or Zhao Zi?" Wen Youning glanced at him, "Huh. Woo." The Caucasian pushed open the door, holding a large pink dahlia. Rushed in without looking sideways, squatting beside Wen Youning. "Woo, woof." "Here." "Good." The sound of the rock wolf is somewhat muffled with something in its mouth. Wen Youning put down the chopsticks in her hand and reached out to take it. "Is this for me?" "W-a-m." The rock wolf was slightly panting, clearly having run all the way back. Although it is not as hot now as in the height of summer, the rock wolf has thick fur, and after intense exercise, it will still feel warm and rely on its tongue to dissipate heat. Wen Youning rubbed the rock wolf's ears. "Thank you, rock wolf, you are very beautiful." The petals of the dahlia are still intact, blooming outward layer by layer. The rock wolf must have bitten it off from the flower stem. "What about me, rock wolf?" Lin Beiyu leaned on the table. "Is there a share for me?" The rock wolf glanced at him and turned away in disdain. "Lin Beiyu, there's no need to ask more." "Meow." The little tabby struggled in the assistant's arms, twisting and turning while also making sure to protect the flower in its mouth. All right, we've arrived." The assistant had been hit several times along the way. Luckily, Wen Youning trimmed the little tabby's nails on time, and there were only a few scratches on the back of the hand that had turned white but didn't break the skin. Meow! The little tabby jumped a few steps to Wen Youning's leg, standing up and raising the flower in its mouth high. Meow! It's all the fault of the person stopping me. I haven't run away. Wen Youning smiled, curling her fingers to gently scratch the little cat's pink nose. Thank you for the dried fish, it's beautiful. Meow. This is carefully selected by Meow, of course it's beautiful. Wen Youning looked at the assistant, thank you for your trouble. The assistant waved his hand, of course. I've brought back all the dogs, Mr. Lin, so I will take my leave now. Lin Beiyu hung. Wen Youning had almost finished eating. She picked up the flowers she brought back with the tabby cat and the rock wolf. I'll go find a vase. Although these flowers have no roots, soaking them in some Sprite can keep them fresh for a while. When they are no longer fresh, they can be dried and used as bookmarks. Lin Beiyu got up to tidy the table. The flowers are in the pond outside. Wen Youning didn't raise flowers, so there were naturally no vases in the room. She thought for a moment, turned to the kitchen to get a glass cup, set the lid aside, trimmed the flower stems to a suitable length, and placed 2 large flowers inside, leaning against each other, different colors but within the same color scheme, which looked quite nice together. The greenery in the zoo does not have this kind of flower. As for nearby, most of it is just shrubs and I don't see any flowers. These 2 should have been brought back from Lin Beiyu's park. Wen Youning had just arranged the flowers when she saw Lin Beiyu coming in with a plate and reached out, saying, I'll wash it. Don't always think about stealing my job. Lin Beiyu patted her shoulder, holding the plate to avoid her hand. Aren't you supposed to be live streaming the rock wolves for the fans? Live streaming is your job. Leave these little things to me. Wen Youning raised her eyebrows and said, Are you urging me to start working? Lin Beiyu nodded seriously, analyzing randomly with great seriousness. After all, you are the most popular streamer on the platform, and your streaming revenue is closely related to my salary. Wen Youning chuckled. Her streaming platform doesn't deduct commissions, so how could it be related to Lin Beiyu's salary? She said, if you need help, just call me. Lin Beiyu made an okay gesture, and the foam from the dish soap slid down the glove. He quickly reached out to hold it and rinsed it under the faucet. Wen Youning placed the vase on the table, and just as she sat down, Yanling and the little tabby cat snuggled up to her, one on each side. Here we go, here we go. Wen Youning opened the live stream. It's nice to see everyone again. We're meeting quite frequently today. HMPH, you actually remember to go live. The rock wolf and the dried fish are back. Is the private park fun? What kind of flowers are on the table? Were they here before? I don't remember. This one is from the rock wolf, and this one is from the dried fish. Wen Youning pointed to the 2 flowers and tilted her head to take a photo next to the vase. Aren't they pretty? I'm so sore. Why doesn't my rebellious child bring me anything when they come home? Wow, I really like this feeling of being cared for by little animals. I've decided to send my roommate out as a dog. Roommate, you were born. Aren't we going to connect today, Teacher Wen? Wen Youning hugged the little tabby cat to her lap and used pet wet wipes to clean its paws. Lion, I'm starting now. Let me take a look. The first one is, oysters are not oysters. Wen Youning read out the ID. Come on, tell me the problem you encountered. Wow, I'm connected. A woman in work clothes greeted in front of the camera, Teacher Wen. Oh no, Mom, stop watching that scam live stream and come help me. Your son is going to get gored by a sheep. The off-screen noise is the boys screaming. It's fine, he won't die that quickly. Don't worry, Teacher Wen is very capable. You can talk to Teacher Wen first. The aunt glanced over and then returned her gaze, saying, Teacher Wen, I have a sheep that seems to be crazy. Could you help me see if it has sheep epilepsy? Wen Youning hasn't seen the sheep yet, but she can directly answer that question. Sheep can't get sheep epilepsy. Sheep epilepsy is just epilepsy. Some patients might make sounds similar to sheep bleating during an episode, which is why it's called sheep epilepsy, but it has nothing to do with sheep. Isn't it sheep epilepsy? Could it be mad cow disease? It was just continuously butting its head against the post, and I saw it got hurt. My son applied medicine to it, and it started butting my son again. The aunt said the veterinarian came and gave some ointment and then left. It's still bumping into my son. Auntie, don't connect yet. I think your son is about to take off. This lamb skewer is quite fierce. Sheep probably won't get mad cow disease, but they might have a mental illness. Crazy +1, we used to raise sheep at home, and they gave me a little lamb as a pet. We played well, but then it turned against me and gave me a beating. I still have a scar on my head. Oh my God, stop playing on your phone and save your son, the boy shouted louder, almost breaking his voice. Auntie also shouted loudly, it's okay, just hold on a little longer, teacher Wen will be there to save you soon. Boy. Bah, the little lamb's horns haven't fully grown yet, but when it gets fierce, it doesn't recognize anyone. I'll kill you. I'll let you rob, I'll let you steal. Sheep create death for you. Wen Youning said, what did you steal from it? Return it and it won't chase you anymore. What stealing? How could I steal? Stop talking nonsense, the boy shouted while running, trying to prove himself. Meh. Stolen. I do not admit it. Create death for you. The boy ran out of breath, turning his head and using both hands to push against the sheep's head. Are we going to be left with none today? Bah! The little lamb took the opportunity to bump against the boy's leg. Hey me! The boy exclaimed as the playing cards in his pocket scattered everywhere. The little lamb lowered its head, fixated on a card, and picked it up to chew quickly. Ah, you can't eat this. Bah! This is for sheep. The sign of stealing sheep. Thief! The boy was flustered as he tried to pull the playing cards out of the sheep's mouth. Based on the sheep's thoughts, Wen Youning hesitated and said, you were playing poker with the sheep. The boy, not chased by the sheep, managed to catch his breath and said, I originally wanted to play landlord, but there weren't enough people, so I just played a little with it. What's wrong? Is it not okay? My sheep is very smart, it can even be kept as a pet. Bah! The little lamb, who was halfway through playing cards, opened its mouth to scold him upon hearing that. Thief! Stealing my cards. Wen Youning nodded and said, so it's true, you stole its cards while playing with it. Boy! Bullet screen. Is this right? I've seen a lot of things like playing cards with small animals, but cheating is truly unheard of. The boy is holding half a poker card, blinking blankly. The lamb went papa twice and turned to run towards the source of the sound. Ba ba. How bad he is. Always using a royal flush, and also trying to steal a royal flush from someone. Wen Youning said in surprise, did you also steal 2 kings? What? How do you know? The boy suddenly came to his senses. Why? Are you serious? Can you really read minds? Did it tell you? Does it even know the king of spades? Is it that impressive? It's not that it knows the king of spades, but you often play cards with it, using the bomb, so it remembered what the 2 cards corresponding to the bomb look like. Wen Youning thought for a moment and said, if it recognizes them so clearly, you should have some other movements when you play cards. Indeed, the boy laughed shyly. Raising 2 kings and abruptly slamming them down makes it look a bit cooler, cough cough. That's not the point. Wen Youning, yeah, the point is that you stole its 2 kings. The boy said, I'm helping to arrange the cards. Wen Youning remained calm and said, get both kings into your hand. You brat, no wonder you have so many bombs. The little lamb was stunned, haha. The boy licked his lips and said, hee hee, I thought it didn't recognize me. The little lamb's eyes drooped down, and it turned its head to try to bump into him again. I didn't expect you to have a bit of brains and actually remember the poker card patterns, the boy said with a grin. All right, this time it's my fault. Next time I'll definitely remember to change to a deck of cards without patterns. The king bomb flung like a machine gun. Tremble, little lamb. You sit at the same table as the old man who played landlord, dismantled the bombs, and was beaten by cats. Not to mention, you can't even gather enough for a 3-player game of landlord. Adding the lamb makes it 2. This would require a hustler. I wouldn't play with you either. What a good person, playing poker with sheep and still stealing 2 big kings. The boy saw the barrage on his phone, feeling awkward with constant little movements of his hands, almost picking up the poker cards to munch on them. He clenched his fist to encourage himself. All right, next time I play cards I will definitely follow the rules and win openly. Bah, the little lamb didn't even bother to turn its head. Next time? Where did the next time come from? I won't play with you next time. Winning openly, if you don't know, you might think it's a poker master tournament. All the tricks are used on the lamb. Thank you, Teacher Wen. You're so authoritative. I shouldn't have doubted you as a fraud. It's really embarrassing. He doesn't even have any idea about the poker game, and he didn't bring it up. Just a bunch of playing cards scattered around. Who would think he was playing cards with a sheep, let alone stealing 2 jokers? Indeed, there are always people better than you. Mom, why don't you add some money to your account? The boy complained while holding his phone. He couldn't even send gifts. Auntie glanced at him. Look at how damaged you are. But take a look. The live call has ended, and the kitten's paws have also been wiped clean. Wen Youning shook the little tabby and turned to place it on the sofa. Wait a moment. I'll go get the packages I've accumulated during this time. Ever since she added the contact information of the market stall owner, the meat and vegetables have been delivered to her home, so she hasn't gone out much to shop. All my shopping is done online, and since I bought quite a few things in B City, they were all sent back by courier. The delivery arrived even earlier than her landing, and a lot has accumulated at the door without her noticing. Fortunately, there was no food. Otherwise, with the deliveries piling up and being open, they would definitely have gone bad. Wen Youning even specially took a small cart, stacking everything in at once. I was thinking of putting the package in the room and going out to pick up the delivery when I came in earlier, but I forgot after having a meal. I bought a lot of toys. Wen Youning separated them according to the delivery addresses. These were sent from B City. There are all kinds of toys online, but it's hard to judge them by pictures alone since you can't see the real ones. It's also a hassle to return them after buying. In contrast, buying customized ones at the zoo in B City is much more reliable. The little tabby jumped onto the table, its paws pushing against the disinfected delivery box, pretending to casually knock it off the edge. Wen Youning tore open a plush ball with a tail, and the tail was still hanging a small bell. She casually threw it down to the ground. The little tabby, secretly doing something naughty, perked up its ears with a whoosh and exclaimed, "Meow." The plush ball was very bouncy, bouncing far after hitting the ground, while the little tabby raised its front paw high and chased after it. I guessed when I picked this ball that the fish jerky would definitely be liked. Wen Youning put down the empty box and continued to unwrap another one. These frisbees are for the rock wolf. Well, but I can't play with them at home, so I'll take them to the park next time. There's not enough space at home for the rock wolf to run a couple of steps. The frisbee flew sideways like a bowling ball, and it was bound to knock something down. Wen Youning neatly stacked the frisbees on the table, then picked up the next box. What is this? The box has the logo of a live streaming platform. Pet Area Anchor Quarterly Popularity Champion. Wen Youning couldn't remember participating in this competition. Is it assumed that anchors participate? It seems to be ranked by the popularity of the anchors. I also saw this ranking. Teacher Wen is in the top position. What is the prize? I'm curious. Unwrapping the layers of bubble wrap around the prize inside, revealing its full appearance. Smart button. Wen Youning took out several from a box, each a separate button, about the size of a palm. She held her palm up, weighing it. It's not very heavy. She pressed the button, and a mechanical voice sounded. It's time to eat. Pressing other buttons, go out to play, mom, hate, like, get lost. The button contents are varied and numerous. Wen Youning flipped through the manual. It can teach pets to communicate with humans through buttons. Press and hold for 10 seconds to reset the original recording, and you can record your own voice and anything you want to say. Sounds great, but don't you know what Teacher Wen does? LOL, Teacher Wen, a perfect match for his profession. Giving this thing to Teacher Wen is a waste of that bit of electricity. That's quite interesting. Wen Youning complimented the prize in a way that was very flattering to the officials. Come on, Rock Wolf, step on it. Rock Wolf looked at the pile of buttons in front of him and stepped on like with his paw. Wen Youning squinted her eyes and said, so good, your sister likes you too. Who is the cutest little dog in the world? She held Rock Wolf's paw and lowered her voice, pretending to imitate Rock Wolf's tone. Hey, it's me. The mountain wolf licked its nose, its gaze helpless and gentle. Woo-woo. Hee. Wen Youning casually pushed the button aside. Let's continue unboxing. I bought a lot of these toys. Some of them will be used for a lottery, and those with small animals at home can participate in the lottery event in the upper left corner. While speaking, Wen Youning opened the lottery. The mountain wolf stared at those buttons for a long time, leaned forward, opened its mouth next to the buttons, tilted its head, and tried to adjust the angle to find a suitable position to grab. It didn't bite down, it just carried it like that and got up to walk into the kitchen. After a while, it came out with an empty mouth again and carried another one inside. Wen Youning noticed the Rock Wolf's movements, smiled, and said quietly, the Rock Wolf wants to talk to Mr. Lin. Just as the sound of water in the kitchen stopped, Lin Baiyu pulled out a paper towel to wipe his hands, turned around, and saw the Rock Wolf staring at him intently. What's wrong? The Rock Wolf bowed its head, and Lin Baiyu followed its gaze to see two buttons, one red and one blue. Lin Baiyu felt even more confused. Then he saw the Rock Wolf lift its paw and press down. Annoying. A crisp sound echoed under the paw of the Rock Wolf, and then the Rock Wolf released its claw and pressed down on another button, holding it down without letting go. Roll. Lin Baiyu, did you come specifically to the kitchen to scold me? Wen Youning, sitting in front of the sofa, deliberately kept silent and listened attentively. There are no words written on the button. It is purely distinguished by color. She had randomly pressed a few times without really matching the letters and colors, not paying attention to which one the Rock Wolf took inside, until she heard a sound coming from inside. Wow, the Rock Wolf struggled to bring in the button. Who said this button is useless? It's really great for the Rock Wolf. Utilization rate is 100%. In the kitchen, a series of roll continued for a while, and after the Rock Wolf must have relaxed its claws, the last half of the word that got stuck finally came out. Roll out. Lin Baiyu pushed open the kitchen door. Wen Youning blinked. Actually, dogs can see many colors, but dogs can see fewer colors than humans, and their color vision is not as rich as that of humans, so maybe it got it wrong. Woof. No. The Rock Wolf raises its paw just to press. Lin Baiyu came out, and it chose the one with roll among the two buttons, sliding out with its paws. Baby, you are a cute little dog. If it really doesn't work, how about adding a scroll wheel under the button? It's so tiring to walk like this. Mr. Lin, is that correct? It's like crossing a bridge and then dismantling it, Lin Baiyu said with a smile. The Rock Wolf raised its paw, wanting to continue pressing, but the button was silent. Not sure if it was broken or what was going on, The rock wolf stepped on it twice and went, woo. It should be out of battery. It just arrived and hasn't been charged. Wen Youning patted the puppy's head. You can't say that, Mr. Lin. Woo-woo. The rock wolf picked up the button that had run out of batteries and placed it back on the table without changing anything, then turned and lay down on her lap. Just say it, it's fine as long as you don't chase after me to bite. Lin Beiyu felt content and happy. He took off his apron and folded it. Then I'll head back first. Just let me know when you're ready to set off to see the white lion. The rock wolf heard the keyword and pretended to get up to bite. Lin Beiyu took a quick step to the door. Hey, can't bite me. Woof. Oh no. Are you bullying the puppy? The rock wolf faked a move and didn't actually chase out, then turned around and lay back on Wen Youning's legs. Wen Youning scratched its neck and stroked its fur, saying, "This is all part of a long-standing feud." Oh, the rock wolf rested its chin in her palm. The little tabby chased after its toy plush ball, rolling over, pausing for a moment to glance this way, then continued to chase the toy plush ball as it rolled away. After Wen Youning unpacked the last delivery box, a pile of toy plastic wraps and cardboard boxes gathered together. Fortunately, there was a big box that could fit all of them inside. It's not too chaotic either. The part for the lottery is taken out separately. Wen Youning opened the lottery and took a glance. There are still 10 minutes left. Those who haven't participated should join in. It's just the right time to connect for a bit. Wen Youning sat on the sofa, reminiscing about the past. Teacher Wen. The girl's voice was clearly suppressing her anger. The screen was somewhat dim and she slapped the wall. The sound-activated light in the corridor immediately lit up. Teacher Wen, look at it. This silly cat just won't listen and insists on running outside. Meow. The ragdoll cat opened its bright blue eyes wide. You are the silly one. How can you talk to a cat like that? Hee, this is really fun. Ignoring the cat's meowing, I reminisced about the past. Teacher Wen, it says online that ragdoll cats have lower intelligence the better their appearance is due to selective breeding. This is the cat I bought from the cattery, and it has even won prizes in competitions. Does that mean it belongs to the not-so-smart category? Can I give it some medicine to improve its condition? The genetic issue is quite complex. Its inner voice is very clear. Wen Youning, noticing her difficulty in breathing, asked, "Are you okay?" "I'm fine, just a bit out of breath after chasing the cat around for a while. Chasing memories of the past felt exhausted. Every time I open the door, it absolutely rushes out the door. I've told it 800 times not to run outside because it's dangerous out there. I even specially set up a fence, but it knocked the fence down and rushed out. I still have to race with the cat for 800 meters after getting off work." Chasing memories of the past said, "I thought it was just not smart enough to understand my words, and I wanted to ask if you could help me talk to it because I feel like it would understand you better when you speak." Wen Youning said, "The IQ should be fine, it's just playing with you." "Playing? Meow. What's wrong? People are howling, meowing, it's fun. It thinks your urgent howling is very interesting." Wen Youning lightly raised her chin, on purpose. Meow. The ragdoll cat's meow broke into a sound. "What are you saying, you stinky person? This is simply nonsense. So what if I love to play, it's just fun?" Wen Youning raised an eyebrow and emphasized, "It's not that I don't understand, I just deliberately ran away." Looking back, Zhang opened his mouth and said, "On purpose." "Bad cat. Wow, this is possible. No way, my cat also loves to run outside and I have to chase it back every time. Is it playing with me too? Treating people like toys, huh?" Meow. No. The ragdoll cat pitifully rubbed against the leg, reminiscing about the past. Meow. Don't listen to those who speak ill of others. Meow wouldn't do something like that on purpose. So what if Meow did it? HMPH, dare to be rude to Meow, tomorrow the cat will run upstairs. Absolutely won't let you catch up. Just to scare people. The spoiled ragdoll cat is undoubtedly adorable, gentle, and harmless. Looking into those eyes brings back memories, making me unconsciously reflect on why I used certain questions to speculate about the innocent little kitty. Wen Youning took a sip of water, cleared her throat, and said, "It holds grudges and plans to run upstairs tomorrow to scare you." The ragdoll cat bared its teeth in anger. "Huh? You're everywhere." Almost soft-heartedly reminiscing the past. She pushed away the fierce-looking little cat with a changeable face. "Then Teacher Wen, how should I handle this?" Wen Youning thought for a moment and didn't provide a solution. Instead, she asked, "Is your home 1 unit per floor?" Chasing Memories nodded and said, "Yes, there's only my family on this floor. Besides the elevator, there's only the safety passageway over there, which is usually closed." Wen Youning glanced at the stuffed cat that was eavesdropping and texted her, "Next time you come back, make sure to close the hallway door first to ensure it doesn't run out of your floor's hallway. Then after it runs out, you can go inside and close the door. Don't chase it. If it feels pointless, just come back." Chasing Memories nodded, "Okay." Meow. The ragdoll cat blinks its eyes, always feeling a chill behind it. "You didn't believe what the stinker said, did you?" Reflecting on the past, I pat the cat's head. "Thank you, Teacher Wen. I've got it." "Oh." Until the sound disappears, the ragdoll cat is still dazed. Wen Youning had just placed her phone down when she caught a glimpse of a shadow. She raised her hand to grab it, and a fluffy toy ball was in her hand. The tabby jumped over from the back of the sofa, rubbing against her, wanting to play with the toy. Meow. "Are you tired?" Wen Youning placed her palm on the little cat's belly. "You've been running for half the day. Let's rest for a while and then play again." The little tabby stretched lazily, wanting to jump onto Wen Youning's lap, but there was no space on her legs, so it lay down on the rock wolf's head. The rock wolf paused for a moment, slightly tilted its head back, as if it wanted to look up. The little tabby picked up a plush ball and jumped onto it, as the little cat liked soft and warm places. Wen Youning often sees the small tabby cat sleeping on the rock wolf. "What time will the broadcast end today? Will the time on the plane be compensated?" Wen Youning brushed off the cat hair on her clothes. "I might have to pack my luggage soon. Let's check the flight tickets again." There were quite a few summer clothes in the package I just opened, as the temperature over there hasn't dropped at all. Most areas over there experience high temperatures all year round with no winter. Only the northern countries have lower temperatures in winter, and it can even snow. As for the white lions, that's even less of a concern. Therefore, most of the clothes that Wen Youning prepared are summer clothes. Can the deworming water be taken on the plane? When Youning stood up to move the suitcase, she liked to prepare everything she needed before traveling. After all, it was mostly clothes, and placing the packed suitcase aside wouldn't be a problem. It's very convenient to take and go at any time. The clothes were all bought in B City, tried on, and packed into the suitcase together with the dust bag. There are milliliter requirements for carrying water on the plane. There aren't many things on the white lion side, just a lot of mosquitoes. Wen Youning is the most prepared in this regard. Travel light to B City, and anything missing can still be bought. But looking for the white lion is tricky since it's neither in the city center nor close to it, making it difficult to buy anything. Try to pack everything into the suitcase and prepare before going, so that you can check in directly at the hotel when you get there. I forget how many milliliters you can't bring specifically, but such a big bucket definitely won't work, right, Teacher Wen? You can use travel-sized bottles. White lion, I can't wait to see the white lion. The official account of the reserve has pictures of white lions, but they can't be accessed through domestic networks. You need to go online abroad. Wen Youning found good stuff to take out, but before she could put it into the suitcase, the cat curled up inside, licked its paws and said, "Meow." How many steps are involved for someone who has a cat at home to pack a suitcase? The first step is to take the cat out of the suitcase and put the clothes in. The second step is to take the cat out and put in the toiletries. And the third step is to take the cat out. Once the suitcase is opened, a little kitten will pop up inside in less than 10 seconds. Wen Youning hugged the little tabby cat and asked, "Aren't you going to play with Yan Lang?" She scratched the kitten's chin and said, "I saw you almost falling asleep just now." As soon as the suitcase opened, the kitten instantly woke up. The little tabby stretched and rolled around next to her. Wen Youning put everything that needed to be packed in order. Let's bring less snacks and meat. These will be difficult to get through security later. The inspection of meat sources is very strict. Homemade ones won't do. I can only buy commercially packaged meat snacks. I also have to be prepared for them to be confiscated. Got it. Wen Youning snapped the suitcase shut and hugged the kitten, giving it a rub. The little tabby cat meowed as she was petted. Wen Youning placed the little tabby cat next to the rock wolf. "I'm going to my old home to get some things. I'll bring you some good food when I come back." Meow. Good. The original house had electrical and plumbing issues that were completely redone. Basically, the roof was smashed in. The chandelier was also replaced with a new one, and the whole living room looks like it has been newly renovated. The important things in the house have already been taken away, and what remains are basically just some scattered daily necessities. Wen Youning casually placed the inspection list she had picked up at the door on the table and checked the ceiling. Although she did not plan to live here again, the hidden dangers in the house certainly needed to be removed. Is teacher Wen moving back? It's too small here. No, I'm not moving, just coming back to get some things. Wen Youning opened her backpack, but yes, I do have plans to move. I'm still clearing out the house for now, and once things are settled over there, I'll take everyone to see the new house. Wen Youning said with a smile, "The new house has a back mountain. It's very suitable for keeping small animals." The back mountain raising small animals. Let's not mention anything else. Just these two sentences make it sound like the new house is very expensive. Wow, can you really make money as a streamer? Wen Youning shrugged. To be precise, it should be the money earned from stocks. Although Wen's group is no longer viable, a centipede, though dead, still does not collapse. There is still some profit to be made. Taking away the last remaining things made the house even emptier. Wen Youning closed every door properly. As she walked downstairs past the pet hospital, she noticed that the pet hospital downstairs was already closed and had a sign saying "Shop for Sale" posted. Buy a bowl of noodles and then go back. With the mindset of having come this far, Wen Youning took a detour to the outdoor businesses. "Hey little cutie, what do you want to do? Don't rub my hand." The girl squatting by the flower bed not far away says not to rub, yet her hand is still rubbing the cow cat's head. Meow. The cow cat crouched down, staring unblinkingly into the distance. "Humans, go away. Do not disturb." Meow. The girl smiled and mimicked the voice of the cow cat. "Meow, meow, meow, hee hee. With how affectionate you are, could it be that you were abandoned? It's really something to throw away such a cute kitten." "It's okay, you need me more than I need you. I swear I've never raised a cat before, but I will definitely treat you well." The cow cat peeked from her side, raising a paw to squeeze through. The girl's hand came down, firmly blocking the cow cat's path. "Come with me, I will buy you cat sticks and cat food." Just as the cow cat's paw landed in her palm, the girl exclaimed, "Wow, a handshake. From now on you will be my good partner." Meow. The cow cat retracted its paw. "You're so annoying." "A little closer, just a bit." The cat pounced over, pressing its paws on the tail and then biting its neck. "Yes, that's how to do it." The cow cat lifted its gaze, looked at the girl and slightly opened its mouth. Meow. "Excuse me, can you make way? You're blocking the cat's hunting. The prey will run away soon." This person is really strange, babbling about something. Do they want to steal food from the cat? You want a hug, right? The girl was chatting with the cow-cat, and their conversation was completely off topic, but it didn't affect her wild interpretation of cats meowing at all. The girl opened her arms. Come here, little cat. Even though they say stray cats carry many germs, I don't mind stray cats. You can jump straight into my arms. Cow. Meow really wants to give you a paw. If you don't get out of the way, you're going to be scratched by me, you know. If it weren't for the fear of being found out for the food, I would have scratched you long ago. Sorry to disturb you. Wen Youning walked over and saw the cow-cat's paw being lifted and lowered repeatedly, as if it were contemplating whether to strike first and then see if it had time to catch the prey. Huh, the girl looked blankly at Wen Youning, her gaze dropping. Are you also here to pet the cat? Just so you know, I'm already planning to take it home, and the little cat has decided to go with me. It's especially affectionate, always squeezing up close to me. You can't try to take it from me. Wen Youning said, I'm not competing with you to adopt it, you're blocking it from hunting. Huh. I said it, lower your body and focus your eyes. My cat did the same before scratching me, and I thought I misunderstood. They are busy with serious matter. Cat, you are quite rude. When the girl turned around, the small garden not far away was empty. There was not a single living creature, let alone prey. No, there's nothing. Where is the prey? Before her words fell, taking advantage of the girl being distracted, the cow-cat quickly slipped out from the gap between her and the flower-bed's greenery, without any obstruction from the girl's hands. With a clear target, it dashed straight towards the corner along the edge. It hardly counts as a round of confrontation. When the cow-cat looked up again, it had a fat black mouse in its mouth. Girl, while there really is, where did such a big rat come from? So, were you not just playing with me? Aren't we good partners? The girl's fingertips trembled slightly. We were having such a good time just now. You bump into me and I'll pinch you. The little boat of friendship can flip over just like that. Ha ha ha, the cat didn't run away because it was afraid of scaring the mouse. Person, a close friend, cat, a moving sculpture in the way. The cow-cat jumped onto the flower bed with its prize in its mouth. The girl cautiously asked, can I still adopt it? Wen Youning glanced at the property staff badge in front of the girl, then looked at the cow-cat and asked, do you want to go with her? The dairy cow's cat paw stepped on the mouse, didn't answer this question, just showed some disdain. Meow. She is very weak. If a person can't live on their own, then I can reluctantly adopt her. After all, I'm very strong. A cat can raise a human. It agreed. When Youning said, try not to bring back some strange things. People will be scared. Huh, did it agree? How can you tell? What did you say not to catch? Mice. The girl listened with a face full of questions. She scooted aside. Even if it was a dead mouse, she felt an uncontrollable urge to scream as it got closer. Fortunately, the cow-cat didn't seem to have any intention of sharing with her. The cow-cat licked its nose and said meow. Got it. A timid person. The girl kept her eyes on the cow-cat, her mind filled with thoughts of taking this cow-cat home. Come home with me, I can buy you cat food, we won't eat this anymore. The cat jumped down from the flower bed, its tail held high, meow. Going home. Is it leaving? The girl's pleading gaze looked towards Wen Youning, nervously saying, I don't like cat food, I can eat canned food. Wen Youning shook her head and said, it's not leaving. What it means is for you to follow along and go home together. Wow, the girl tilted her head back, her eyes sparkling. You could guess that. Do you feed it often since you know it so well? Don't worry, it will come home with me. I will definitely take good care of it. The girl smiled and got up, walking towards the cow-cat. Let's go, little cat. The cow-cat meowed at Wen Youning, then turned and happily walked ahead. Yay, the little cow has a home. What are you asking for? The flower language of stray cats is slow hands win nothing. Just pick them up and run. By the time you ask, you're already home. Li? The noodle shop that Wen Youning visited before is still very busy. In fact, there are even more people than when she came last time. It's not mealtime and there is a line outside. More people are taking their food to go, and there are still empty tables inside. Wen Youning put away the live streaming equipment, switched to mobile streaming, and after clicking on a fan, found a spot to sit in the room. Teacher Wen, the girl at the next table, pushed up her glasses, her deliberately lowered voice sounding somewhat cautious yet unable to hide her excitement. It's really you. Wen Youning, hello. I came to eat at this restaurant because I saw your recommendation in your live stream, specially traveled here for it, and I'm planning to finish my meal and then go to the zoo to see Arno. The girl and her friend's table mates were all quite excited. I didn't expect to run into you here. I really love watching your live streams, seriously. My phone died just now so I couldn't watch, and I didn't expect to see you in person. We're not sisters, we were just joking around. Did you really check in? I went too, but I went yesterday, sob, perfectly missed it. Damn it, what do I have to do to not intentionally block it, but to bump into it inadvertently? Thank you for liking. Wen Youning smiled at the girl, and the boss came in with 2 packed servings of noodles. The boss shouted, number 79, 2 servings packed to. Wen Youning stood up and handed the number tag to him. The boss pointed to the right and said, this dry powder is better when soaked for a few minutes before boiling. The ingredients are all frozen, just add water according to your taste. Wen Youning, okay. She bought 2 portions of the same powder, one cooked and packed and one raw. Dry rice noodles can be stored for a long time without soaking in water. Although the sauce freezes and doesn't last as long as the dry powder, it can still last for a week and a half, so whenever you feel like eating it, you can just add water and boil it, which is convenient. Wen Youning put her backpack on the table, planning to pack some cornstarch into it. Oh my, I'm really at a loss. How come it's all bitten up like this? The voice of the hardware store owner next door came through, as if she was venting to someone. Is there a cockroach infestation in our house? Look at what happened. The table Wen Youning sat at was very close to the door. One hand was pulling the zipper, but her gaze unconsciously looked outside at the cat treat in the neighboring boss's hand, with bite holes in it. The packaging has not been torn, but the damage consists of large holes connected by smaller ones. It's obviously done by a rat or a cockroach. How is that possible? Which family's cockroach doesn't stay in the kitchen and runs to the bedroom? The owner of the neighboring store doesn't care. How could a hardware store possibly have cockroaches? The owner of the neighboring store is confident about his store's hygiene. There is absolutely no way there are cockroaches. Wen Youning packed her things and nodded at the girl at the next table. I'm leaving now. You all take your time eating. Goodbye, Teacher Wen. The girl couldn't even bother to eat her snack, waved at her, and couldn't help but say, make sure to stream more, don't cut the duration. For those looking for familiar streamers to eat with, having a streamer not live while eating is simply a disaster. The food suddenly doesn't taste good at all. Wen Youning smiled helplessly. Okay, I definitely will. Sister's mouth replacement. Well said, hahaha. Being bold in front, sisters are brave. As Wen Youning stepped out of the beauty shop with her backpack, she saw a Shiba Inu running out of the hardware store next door. Woof, the Shiba Inu wearing a little scarf ran all the way to the shop owner's side. Don't throw it, Woof. Throwing it away is such a waste. It was all bought with money, don't waste money. And don't waste Woof's meat either. The Shiba Inu is leaning against the boss lady's leg. Woof. Don't feed the one bitten by the cockroach, give it to the dog. The dog doesn't mind. Put it down, dog. The Shiba Inu's tail is almost creating a blur, tongue out, eagerly waiting for the cat to come down. My mouth is practically watering with anticipation. The shop owner obviously didn't understand the Shiba Inu's intentions and instead felt it was in the way, pushing the Shiba Inu aside. This isn't your snack, it's a cat treat. You don't eat this stuff. Moreover, it's been chewed by cockroaches. Good boy, go home. Mom will get you snacks when you get home. This one is dirty. Anything that cockroaches have crawled over is very dirty, let alone something that has been chewed open and the packaging torn. It definitely cannot be eaten. To avoid someone taking it and feeding it to their pet and then asking her for compensation, she must squeeze everything out when throwing it away. Woof, the Shiba Inu prevents it, not allowing the owner to squeeze. Give it to the dog really doesn't mind. Delicious, the dog loves to eat. Sigh, the old thing won't let me put down cockroach medicine. I've said it several times, there are cockroaches. This has been bitten, a box of cat treats is all ruined. The owner complained, raising her hand to throw the ruined cat treats into the trash bin. Wen Youning tilted her head and said, the marks on the cat treats don't look like they were bitten by a cockroach. Huh, not like a cockroach. The boss lady paused her hand that was pouring out the cat treats and turned her wrist back. If it's not bitten by a cockroach, then what is it bitten by? A rat or some rare bug that can't even be named. Unlike a cockroach, Wen Youning glanced down at the anxious gaze of the Shiba Inu and smiled slightly, saying, like a little dog that's been caught stealing. Not like a cockroach, but like a young master. The murderer will return to the crime scene after successfully committing the crime. Just kidding. Cockroach, call out for me, call out for me. LOL, the Shiba Inu has the word murderer pasted on its face, and the boss lady looks at it like a loving mother watching her well-behaved son, not realizing it. That can't be. The boss lady looked at the cat treat in her hand and said disapprovingly, if a dog bites, it can just be torn in half. Woof woof. That's right, the dog can bite through it. Wrong dog. Can't biting lead to getting punished? Does the dog seem dumb? If it bites through, the human will be gone and everything will belong to the dog. Woof, the Shiba Inu barked at Wen Youning. Let's go, don't interfere. The dog wants to eat. It deliberately doesn't bite off, it just punctures, allowing the meat inside to be exposed. When you throw it away, it will belong to it. Wen Youning paused and said, at least I won't get hit. Mainly the latter half of the sentence. It is obvious that the puppy is being clever to avoid punishment. Woof thinks, woof acts, woof gets. No way, the shop owner's ba hasn't even been said when the Shiba Inu barked at Wen Youning after being exposed. The Shiba Inu barks fiercely, woof woo woo. Shut up, no more talking. The Shiba Inu is so angry that its tail isn't wagging anymore. The boss lady. It's settled. It's the things it does. When the owner brought down a metal basin with a thud, not only did the warning bark stop, but the Shiba Inu's eyes also became clear. The Shiba Inu licked itself randomly, shrank its neck, and had a flattering grin, woof. The dog is chatting with a person. Just call it what it is. Not to mention anything else, this Shiba Inu is too clever, helping to solve the damaged trash, might even get it praised. Ha ha ha, doing bad things and still getting encouragement. This dog's life is just too great. The boss lady gave a thumbs up to Wen Youning. What a nice person. Otherwise, I would have been fooled by it. No wonder the food at home always has mysterious holes in the packaging. Turns out it's all you're doing. The Shiba Inu shot a sideways glance at Wen Youning, looking like it wanted to say something, but before its thoughts could be voiced, the boss lady had already picked it up and taken it away. It shook its tail left and right. Although it had been found out, the broken cat treats still made their way into its belly. Can't complain, woof tilde. When Wen Youning came out, she didn't take the zoo car. She originally just had a sudden impulse to come back and take some things, so she didn't borrow a car. She took a taxi home and entered through the small gate. A red falcon suddenly flew down from the tree and landed on Wen Youning's shoulder. How did it run up there? Wen Youning changed the powder with one hand, curling her fingertips to rub the red falcon's feathers. She had told Huan before that there was a snake in the tree. It didn't usually go up the trees in the yard, but today it was quite strange. Chirp, Huan called out. Another red falcon peeked out from the tree, its little head moving flexibly, assessing the scene below, with no intention of flying down. Is it your friend? Wen Youning opened the door and went in. It had been a long time since a new red falcon had come to the house after inviting a group of them to dinner last time. Chirp, Huan tilted her head. Wen Youning pressed the phone earpiece and asked softly, "Did you tell it that the tree is dangerous?" "Jeepa. Of course. The falcon is not stupid. Such a big house. Let it come down to eat something." Before leaving, Wen Youning had already fed the small animals at home. Huan's new friend probably missed that meal. The red falcon shook its feathers and flew out. Wen Youning put the flour into a bowl. The cooked food packed from the flour shop was also poured on top. The amount bought this time was large, so Wen Youning especially chose a big bowl. Then prepare the food for the red falcon. Come on. Wen Youning placed the plate on the windowsill, and the newly arrived red falcon retreated a bit, its neck feathers seemingly on the verge of fluffing up. This doesn't seem to be a member of the previous group of red falcons. Just now, it was hard to see clearly in the tree. In fact, Wen Youning could distinguish a few red falcons with the naked eye, but once there are over 20, they become difficult to tell apart. But seeing the reaction of this red falcon, it clearly does not recognize her. Wen Youning, a new friend. Chirp, Huan crouched on her head. Found it. It was thrown away by someone. I'm hungry. The falcon was found. Wen Youning, thrown away by someone. The red falcon, clearly starving, lowered its head to eat the meat. Yes, that's too much. The falcon's wings hurt, but with delicious food, the falcon's wings no longer hurt, and the person abandoned the falcon. That was rescue. Wen Youning noticed the obvious bald patch on the red falcon's wing and pieced together the sequence of events. It must have been rescued after being injured and released after being healed. Did Huan tell it that the food is placed here? Huan is good at taking care of home. No matter what happens outside, they always bring it back home, even though they don't stay at home and are always on the go. Wen Youning sat down to eat noodles, stirred them with chopsticks, and though the noodles were a bit clumpy because of the delay on the road, they could still be broken apart, and the taste wasn't affected. The room is full of animals, which is quite scary for the red-shanked duck who has never encountered them before. Especially with cats, even in the wild, when encountering a cat, the red falcon will fly high to avoid becoming the cat's meal. The sound of the red falcon pecking at meat, dodo, is quite regular. It pecks until it's almost done and eats very quickly. Chirp. Goodbye. The red finch quickly filled itself up and then turned its head to fly out of the window, urgently flapping its wings, as if a cat was chasing it from behind. Rolling up in its little nest on the window sill, the sunlight lazily spilled down, and it was occasionally grooming its feathers, leisurely and comfortably. Wen Youning had just eaten before going out, but the food full of red oil easily whets one's appetite. She doesn't often eat strong-flavored food, but when she does once in a while, it feels even better. This noodle place is delicious, but it's too far away, Wen Youning said while biting into a fried pig trotter. The deep-fried pig's feet are not that greasy. They soak up the broth and get filled with its flavor. She had looked it up before on the delivery platform, but it was too far away to even search for it. Wen Youning ate half a bowl. She closed the lid and saved the rest for dinner. She turned down the air conditioning a bit, stretched lazily, opened her backpack, and took out the small containers from inside. Pour the whole bottle of heartwarming liquid into the container. Wen Youning shook the filled bottle in front of the camera. This color looks very toxic. However, it is safe for animals to come into contact with. This is also funded by the zoo. Otherwise, Wen Youning could just buy a small bottle that can be carried on a plane online, and wouldn't have to bother with repackaging. She sniffed. There's no smell. It has a bit of a witch's potion feel. Green. Take a sip and see if it tastes like green apple. Shut up, I only have this one teacher, Wen, don't let me kill her. After packing, if the amount is not large, you can use that kind of resealable bag. Just pack the insect repellent in it and seal the opening with a hot clamp. If the amount is large, there is a risk of it bursting. If you are bringing a lot, it is more reliable to use a packing bottle. After packing, Wen Youning labels them and attaches the expiry date. Done. In the end, the entire box of deworming liquid filled the space in the suitcase. The little tabby cat is still sleeping, snoring while lying on the rock wolf's body. The rock wolf sleeps relatively steadily. I don't know if it's because it's being considerate of the little tabby cat on its body. If it takes a deep breath, the little tabby cat will slide down along its belly and roll around on the ground. Wen Youning is sitting on the ground, just having pushed the suitcase over. Feeling a chill on her wrist, she turns her head to look. Rock wolf. She squinted her eyes and rubbed the rock wolf with her palm. Did I wake you up? Woo, the rock wolf licked her wrist. No. Not asleep. Wen Youning sat cross-legged on the ground, and the rock wolf rested its head on her. She gently rubbed her ears and stroked its fur, then picked up her phone and opened the ticket purchasing app to search for flight tickets. For long-distance tickets like this, it's more convenient and hassle-free to take a direct flight rather than a connecting one. Fortunately, there aren't many domestic tourists going to that place. Compared to Europe and America, it is indeed a bit niche. Wen Youning estimated the time. The animal migration was nearing its end. Which day's ticket should I buy? Before she could come up with an explanation, her phone vibrated twice. A live broadcast software reminder popped up on the screen. Buzz. An emergency video call notification was flashing. Wen Youning opened the ticket purchasing software and tapped on the link for the Deep Sea Not Blue call application. Once connected, a somewhat choked and hoarse voice from the other side said, "Teacher Wen, please help me see. The pet hospital has diagnosed my little lobster with nervous exhaustion. What should I do?" The red fox curled up on the blanket, its pointy ears twitching, the fluffy tail wrapped around its chin. With finely accentuated eyes that appeared to have black eyeliner drawn, it closed its eyes impatiently as it noticed humans taking pictures of it again. The red fox, also known as the fire fox or red fox, has a slender body and its fur is reddish-brown. It doesn't seem to have much spirit. "Oh, the fox is neurotic. You are the neurotic one." "I am so sleepy I want to sleep." "When do foolish people sleep?" Wen Youning asked, "Are you sure it's diagnosed as neurasthenia? It just seems to want to sleep." Shen Heiwelan nodded confidently. "It's confirmed. The doctor also gave a prescription with a lot of medication." While looking at the examination report he sent, Wen Youning asked, "When did you first notice something was off with it?" "Last month, that night I got up to use the bathroom, and I heard it making a wow-wow sound. The kind that's very sharp like a fox's call." Shen Heiwelan tried to describe everything he saw at the time using the most appropriate language. Shen Heiwelan said, "But it's actually very light. If it weren't for me getting up at night, I wouldn't be able to hear it when I'm normally sleeping." Then I became very worried and took it to the hospital. Because it was late, I had to pay extra to get the doctor, but after checking everything, there were no issues. Shen Heiwelan speculated, "I suspect that was when the condition first showed signs. Later, I intentionally observed and indeed found several more occurrences, and then I went to the hospital and got a diagnosis." Wen Youning lightly tapped the table with her fingers, pondering. Was it asleep or awake when it made a sound? The deep-sea creature hesitated for a moment, and it wasn't very accurate, so I could only give a rough estimate. "It should be sleeping. I'm afraid it might bite its own tongue." After all, biting one's tongue to death is pretty scary. If that kind of situation arises, I will wake it up. It seems a bit bewildered when it opens its eyes. Wen Youning raised her eyebrows, feeling. Do you have any other discomfort besides sleepiness right now? The red fox looked steadily at the camera and leaned in for a sniff. Who is speaking? Wen Youning, it's me. Ow, the red fox suddenly sat up. The fox heard it. Uncomfortable. No, I'm not uncomfortable. The fox is about to fall asleep. The person should quickly go to bed so the fox can sleep for a while. The red fox obviously hasn't encountered the deep sea's poisonous blue tea in this period. It shouted with all its might. Ayo! Person, you quickly tell the fool to stop disturbing the fox's sleep. Don't always sneak a look at the fox while it is sleeping. You might not be able to see clearly at night without lights, but the fox can see. Such a big face, sneaking a look at the fox, always wanting to take it away. The red fox and the deep sea's unblue have a hard time communicating. If it makes too much noise, deep sea's unblue will think it has energy and that its condition is improving. During this time, I really wish I could find a chance to crawl out of the window and wander off by myself. The red fox muttered, annoying people disturbing a fox's sleep, and even taking a fox out for injections, how annoying. He is taking you to the hospital. Wen Youning could roughly guess the reason. You encountered the red fox in that situation last night. It must have been talking in its sleep. In a more relaxed environment, it fell into a deep sleep. As for the nervous breakdown, Wen Youning sighed and said, you were half asleep when someone forced you to wake up, and then took you to the hospital for injections and various tests. Repeating these steps a few times, you'd also feel weak. My dear Vice Minister of Justice, while others are raising eagles, you are raising foxes. I was sound asleep when I was dragged out to school. How can I not be filled with resentment? This fox, you're really unlucky to run into me. It's nice that you care, but you must not care next time. Shenhai Weilan originally knew that the red fox was very anxious after getting this disease. After all, foxes, although not exotic pets, are not as commonly domesticated as cats and dogs. Mental illnesses are difficult to treat. Even humans with neurosis are hard to care for, let alone small animals. But now, in the deep sea, Wei Lan didn't know how to react for a moment. You meet Teacher Wen. Wei Lan's expression cracked inch by inch, and she looked like she was about to fall apart. Why is the fox still talking in its sleep? Which animal would talk in its sleep? It wasn't written in the book either. Why didn't you discuss such a big matter as sleep talking with the owner? Wen Youning said, many small animals can talk in their sleep, but you just can't understand their sleep talk. Luckily, it's just about bad sleep and being tired. Considering the timely connection, the situation isn't too serious. You don't need to take medication for now. The red fox didn't have nervous exhaustion before, but now it does. You don't need to worry, just let it sleep a few good naps and it will be fine. After providing the solution, Wen Youning added worriedly, don't crouch nearby to observe while it's sleeping. It will worry that you'll take it to the hospital again. Wen Youning shook her head and couldn't help but sigh. The red fox didn't bite you, which means your mental core is stable. Is it that stable? I want to talk. Love brain, get out. I worry that someone will suddenly lift me up before I sleep, and I definitely won't sleep well. Fox, how about we run away from home? This little fox is too spoiled by him. Deep Sea Mei Lan quietly shrinks behind the camera lens, not daring to make a sound. Mainly because, who would believe that a fox talks in its sleep? He is not an inexperienced pet owner, but he is quite confused by this situation. Messages sent cannot be withdrawn after 2 minutes. Otherwise, Deep Sea Blue would have to retract the medical advice sent to Wen Youning. So what's going on here? Deep Sea Blue reacted. It was diagnosed in the hospital. Does this count as a misdiagnosis? Neurasthenia is a psychological disorder characterized mainly by the weakening of brain and bodily functions caused by prolonged tension and stress. Wen Youning explained meticulously, strictly speaking, the response of the red fox indeed fits the main characteristics of neurasthenia. Mental illness is not like a cold or fever, where a blood test can show which item is abnormal. It mainly depends on the doctor's judgment. It's hard to say it's a misdiagnosis. I can only say there's a margin of error in the judgment. Wen Youning also could not draw a conclusion. In any case, those medications should not be taken, as all medicines have some toxicity. Make sure to get plenty of sleep, eat some of your favorite foods, and you'll recover on your own. Deep Sea Meilan nodded. Okay, I understand. Owl, the red fox, was pawing at the phone and refused to let go. What a good person. You finally made it clear to him. I can't go on like this any longer. The red fox's ears are laid back on its head, making a hum-hum sound, its eyes occasionally glancing at the owner behind the phone, with a look of grievance and sorrow. Only those who live this life know what it's like. Staying up late can't compete with others. I want to wake them up while they are asleep, but they can't even empathize. Human apologized to the fox. Baby, you are so pitiful, sob. I must confess, I recognized right away it was Seabed Blue's fault when we connected. I beg you, give him a bite. I've allowed it. Family, I have realized my mistake. Shenhai Wei Lan raised her head. Her fingertips dabbed tea water at the corner of her eyes, pretending to shed 2 lines of tears. I will be more careful in the future. Wen Youning said, first, remain quiet and let it sleep for a while. Shenhai Wei Lan opened her mouth to agree, but after taking a deep breath, she silently closed her mouth and nodded with a determined look in her eyes. The screen goes black, and the last display shows a red fox rubbing against the phone. After autumn begins, the weather gets colder. As the East African animal migration reaches its end, Wen Youning boarded the plane. You cannot use the internet on the plane. Some planes do have wireless internet, but it cannot be used during takeoff and landing. It can only be used once the plane is flying steadily. The connection is also not very stable and can't support live streaming. Wen Youning did not choose the plane based on wireless internet, but rather according to the schedule. After the plane lands, I should leave time to take a taxi to catch the cruise. Long-haul flights are dull and boring. Wen Youning didn't know how many naps he had taken, and was finally awakened by the flight attendant just before landing. Wen Youning checked her seatbelt and took out a wet wipe to clean her face. There aren't many people here. A medium-sized passenger plane, and even the first-class seats aren't full. Stepping out of the cabin door, the corridor in the air is blinding. Even with the air conditioning on, there is a feeling of heat inside. Wen Youning brought 2 suitcases, both checked in. While replying to messages on her phone, she walked to collect her luggage. Lin Beiyu, I contacted the person over there to pick you up. His surname is Bai and his name is Bai Minghui. Attached photo. He travels there frequently and is quite familiar with the area. If possible, consider a 24-hour live stream. Be careful. Being under the live camera all the time, any problems can be reported in a timely manner. Wen Youning tapped the screen with her fingertips, a work ID photo. She replied by typing, don't worry, I can handle it. Lin Beiyu replied with a big laugh emoji. Hello, is this Miss Wen? A gentle male voice came from beside her. Wen Youning looked up at the fair-skinned blonde man, Mr. Bai. Yes, you can just call me Zio Bai, Bai Minghui grinned. I could tell from afar this is your luggage, right? Let me take it. He was carrying 2 suitcases in his hands. The car is arranged outside. We can go directly to the dock. Or do you plan to stroll around here first? The ferry ticket can be changed. Wen Youning said, let's go directly. All right, then let's go. Bai Minghui looked thin but was full of energy and vigor, still able to walk briskly while dragging 2 suitcases. The landing airport is somewhat shabby compared to domestic ones. There are quite a few people, of various skin colors speaking various different languages. Wen Youning set up the live streaming equipment. Seeing her fiddling with it, Bai Minghui must have been informed about the situation beforehand by Lin Beiyu, as he didn't show any curious or puzzled expressions. Grandma, the streamer you follow has finally started broadcasting. Who allowed you to take such a long leave? I'm really going to make a scene. Installing internet on the plane is urgent. Isn't it here? Wen Youning spun around in her hand. I just got off the plane, and I started the live broadcast without even leaving the airport. Are we going to see the white lions? Wen Youning, yes, first we're going to take a cruise. The airport is not big, with private cars and local taxis flowing on 2 different levels. Once in the car, Bo Minghui chatted with the driver in the local language from the front passenger seat. Outside, the high temperature created faint ripples of heat rising from the ground. The sedan sped past, creating a gust of wind that quickly dissipated. The car was driving very fast, not entering the city, and when faced with traffic jams, the driver seemed to have the accelerator floored. Wen Youning felt a bit carsick and took a couple of sips of water after getting off to suppress the discomfort. Miss Wen, let's go, Bai Minghui said, holding the paper ticket for the cruise ship. You're just in time. It will be leaving in about 20 minutes. The cruise ship at Rona Bend is also one of our sightseeing spots. I'll take you up to have a look. Many tourists come here, not only to see the great animal migration, but also to check in at the cruise ship. During the peak travel season, cruises are hard to come by. Bo Minghui led the way in front and said somewhat regrettably, "It's just that we can't go to the 3rd floor. Someone has booked the entire floor. The deck on the 3rd floor offers the best view, but going up or down has its own drawbacks." No problem. Wen Youning did not mind these things much. Otherwise, she would have booked it too, as the cruise is just a means of transportation. There aren't many people on the ship. Locals don't come much towards the end of the Great East African migration. Most tourists have already returned. There are very few tourists who have just arrived like Wen Youning. Those who boarded this cruise ship are all heading to the reserve. Looking online, the cruise ship looks very small. How come? When Teacher Wen stands there, the cruise ship looks so big. Different reference objects lead to different effects. Teacher Wen won't go on the boat and directly go to sleep, right? Of course not. Wen Youning said as she took the elevator inside the cruise ship, I will drop off my luggage and then come. There are various types of rooms on the cruise ship. The floors range from 1 to 6, including inner cabins and sea view rooms, etc. Wen Youning chose a relatively quiet top-floor suite with a separate half-covered balcony that can be opened. Looking down from this position, it's the 3rd deck. The viewing angle actually coincides with the deck, but it's too high, and you can only look down. Bai Minghui said, Ms. Wen, I've put your luggage here. If you're tired, you can rest first. If you need to go out, feel free to contact me anytime. My room is right next door. Thank you, Wen Youning replied as she brought the suitcase inside. She would stay here for just 1 night, and there was no need to open the suitcase completely. The suite had all the toiletries needed. She then pushed the suitcase to the corner. Wen Youning inserted the local SIM card into her phone as soon as she landed. International data is very expensive, and if she used international data to live stream, she would go bankrupt after a few hours. First, let me show you the scenery. On the cruise ship with a 24-hour buffet, Wen Youning didn't have much of an appetite. There was wine in the room. Wen Youning opened a bottle of champagne, poured it into a champagne glass, walked onto the balcony, raised her hand towards the sunlight, watching the bubbles in the glass, leaning against the railing and said, Actually, this is quite pleasant. Rare moments of free time amid a busy work schedule. Standing on the balcony, the slightly salty sea breeze brings warmth, accompanied by the surging waves. The motion of the ship is much lighter compared to smaller vessels like yachts. Wen Youning took a sip of her drink and watched as people boarded the ship one after another outside. Wait a minute, did you see that this ship is the one from the variety show, Traveling the World with Pets, that was leaked online? Wow, the route map for Traveling the World with Pets actually includes the Hellboar's protected area. Where can I find Teacher Wen again and pursue fellow fans of Traveling the World with Adorable Pets? Travel variety shows are filmed all at once, and they are released on schedule after post-editing is completed. Now, the specific situation of the variety show depends entirely on fan leaks. What a coincidence. Wen Youning was so focused on the time while buying a ticket that she didn't pay attention to anything else. However, the great animal migration is indeed a very good theme, and it's quite normal for travel variety shows to shoot here. Wow, where are you going? Don't go. A loud cry echoed from downstairs. Wen Youning gave her wrist a shake, retrieving the phone that almost fell off the balcony, drank the last sip of champagne, and looked down at the boy running on the deck, along with the Labrador running ahead of him. The boy cried out while chasing, "Ahoo, boo, why aren't you ignoring me anymore?" Woof, the Labrador's leash drags on the ground as it runs away without looking back. Don't call me. From today on, I am no longer Ahoo. I should have stopped being that a long time ago. Ahoo, where are you running to? This is a cruise ship, there are no roads here. The boy chased after him, panting and trying to reason with the Labrador. How could the Labrador possibly find the way off the ship? Is he walking the dog, or is the dog walking him while running back and forth on the deck? This is killing me. The boy cried as he rubbed his eyes. Come back. The ship has already started and is slowly leaving the port. The Labrador stands at the edge of the deck, watching the land recede into the distance, a look of worry in its eyes. It lowers its head and looks around, trying to jump into the sea, but after the boy behind catches up, it turns and runs away without hesitation, clearly unwilling to have any contact. Is Shiming okay? Didn't he say some time ago that he had mental issues? How can he participate in the show? This variety show is originally based on a healing perspective, and Ahoo is a comfort dog, so it's very suitable for Shiming to participate. Wen Youning raised an eyebrow, just about to search for more information about this person on Weibo, when there was another gasp below. What the hell, Teacher Wen? Wen Youning lowered her head and looked at the man on the deck who was staring blankly, Jing Yizhu, sitting in a chair by the round table on the third deck. So, Wen Youning sent a message to Bai Minghui, put down her phone and said, "Is the destination of your program this time the nature reserve?" Jing Yizhu nodded. I hadn't looked into it before. I knew from the live stream that you were going to find the white lion, but I didn't expect the white lion to be in this nature reserve. If I had known earlier, I would have invited Teacher Wen to join us. As an artist, Jing Yizhu has limited time. He uses fragmented time to watch live streams and generally does not watch for non-work reasons. Wen Youning asked, "Can small animals enter the nature reserve?" Jing Yizhu said, "It's not feasible, but we're doing a show, right? It's an official project, and it's also meant to promote tourism here, which is why they invited us. It's just like the agreement we reached above to give us a specific area within the reserve. This program that promotes tourism was created just for that purpose. Like those countries that rely on tourism but whose tourism industry is not well developed are all very cooperative. The cost of the charter flights arranged by the production team is all covered by the locals." Oh, by the way, Jing Yizhu suddenly remembered something and waved, saying, "Jing Yifei, come over and say hello to Teacher Wen." Woof, the golden retriever happily jumped out when it heard its name. Most golden retrievers are very gentle towards humans, showing obvious aggression only towards their own kind. The golden retriever cheerfully stuck out its tongue and approached Wen Youning. Woof. "Hello, human." Wen Youning chuckled lightly and said hello. As soon as the sound came out, the golden retriever immediately retracted its tongue, tilted its head, and looked at her askew. Woo. Wei. The voice of a person so familiar. It sounds like a voice that annoys people. That bad person who exposed Wang, causing Wang to get beaten. I can still hear what Wang is thinking. While the golden retriever was pondering, Wen Youning nodded seriously. Yeah, I can indeed hear it. Woof, the golden retriever immediately lowered its upper body. It really is you. Woof, this is to eliminate harm for dogs. Slap. Jing Yizhu shattered the golden retriever's heroic dream with a single strike. Haha, did you recognize it? The golden retriever is so smart. It can respond just by listening without relying on smell. Jing Yizhu shyly said, I usually watch your live streaming when I have free time at home. It probably has a deeper memory of your voice. Sorry about that. It's okay. Wen Youning couldn't help but laugh when she saw the golden retriever changing expression several times in a second. The golden retriever quietly squatted under the table and secretly glared at her. Ziming chased the Labrador for 2 laps, panting heavily, out of breath. Ahu, stop running. What are you trying to do? Woof, the Labrador was tired too. On such a hot day, it couldn't handle running like this, but it was angry. I want to go home. I don't want to stay with you. Wen Youning supported her chin with one hand and asked, Are you not used to the climate here? Do you want to drink some water since you're tired from running? Be careful not to get dehydrated. The Labrador glanced at her and said, Woof. Thank you. Wen Youning raised her eyebrows slightly, quite polite. She poured a little clear water into a disposable plastic plate for it. At this moment, Ziming also chased after them and saw the two sitting there. Brother Jing, this is. Jing Yizhu introduced with a smile. Wen Youning, teacher Wen. Oh, Ziming nodded. The last time you watched that live broadcast, teacher Wen, can you help me ask Ahu why he ran away? Woof woof, the Labrador's eyes were full of fatigue. Shut up. You're so annoying, crying all the time. I wish I had worked hard to apply for the anti-narcotics department back then. At the very least, I could have applied to be a police dog handler. So why did I choose this major? The expression of the Labrador looks quite melancholic. /it, Wen Youning patted the Labrador's head / it's just tired. Do you often cry /? Shizai blinked his eyes and said, it's okay. Woof. Fart. The Labrador squatted beside Wen Youning and began to complain. Wang Wu. It cried when it saw Wang, and Wang comforted it for a long time. Oh, the dog is really, Sai. Forget it, work still needs to be done. The dog is a responsible dog. That does seem a bit uncomfortable, Wen Youning gently stroked its fur to show comfort. Ziming curiously asked, Teacher Wen, what is it saying? Wen Youning thought for a moment and realized there was no relatively euphemistic substitute. I'll be straight with you. Can you handle it? No problem, Ziming said, patting his chest. Actually, my illness is not serious anymore. If it were very serious, his family wouldn't let him work outside. It's just that he still has trouble controlling his emotions. Wen Youning nodded. Then I'll say it directly. Ahu said he regrets not becoming a drug detection dog or a police dog and choosing this major. Ziming. Bullet screen. Why do I feel like I'm crying about choosing the wrong major during my university finals? Goodness, even therapy dogs are collapsing. That's got to run. Ahu is so aggrieved. Labrador, I wish I could jump into the sea. The Labrador sighed against Wen Youning. He cried and used the dog to wipe his tears. Just let him wipe, that's what dogs are for. But the dog just discovered that the fur is bald. Not bald, still very fluffy, Wen Youning comforted. Next time he cries, let him bring a tissue. Realizing I'm balding, I ran around angrily for 2 laps, then came back to continue soothing Ziming. Woo, the Labrador unhappily listens as Wen Youning comforts it. Shiziming looks around, and that seems to be my dog. Why does my dog seem to be a bit unfamiliar with me? He actually doesn't want to cry. He's sick and can't control himself. Wen Youning gently patted the Labrador. It will be fine when he gets better. Woof! It's too hard for the dog. The Labrador looks as if it has aged several years, directly crossing from youth into old age. It feels unhappy that its fur has fallen out, and next time don't use it to wipe tears. Wen Youning patted the obviously thin fur of the Labrador, comforting it. You look super handsome like this, both beautiful and cute. The Labrador, realizing it has lost its fur and broken its defense, looked up. Woo. Really? Of course it's true. Wen Youning parted her fingers into its fur. Don't be unhappy. Woof! The Labrador raised its head to lick her cheek, but due to its height, it could only settle for licking her hand instead. Are you okay? Wen Youning comforted the Labrador and then looked at Shiziming. Shiziming nodded quickly. I'm pretty good. Comforting Ahu while also taking care of Shiziming's emotions. Teacher Wen is so busy. Haha, no, Teacher Wen will be getting scattered. The golden retriever comes over. Woof. Don't be fooled by this person, they are very bad. Stay away from her. The Labrador is rubbing against Wen Youning, acting cute and glancing down, baring its teeth. Woof. The golden retriever shrank its neck. This dog is also naughty. You should comfort it. Wen Youning got up and made room for Shiziming. Did you bring a comb? Give it a brush. Jing Yizhu said, I have one, I'll lend it to you first. Shiming took it and said, thank you, brother Jing. Wen Youning doesn't often drink alcohol, has no natural tolerance for it, and didn't train it later on. After downing a glass of champagne, I didn't feel anything at that moment, but later I felt a bit warm in my face. She walked to the edge of the railing. The 3-story deck was indeed the best angle to view the sea, and in the distance I could vaguely see something amidst the rolling waves. From a distance, Jing Yizhu looked and said, is that a killer whale? The black and white creature swimming in the seawater rose and fell with the waves. Jing Yizhu's eyes widened in surprise. It's a pod of killer whales. Killer whales are social animals that usually live together in family units, although there are also wandering killer whales that group together. They have a complex social structure and ways of communication among them. There are many speculations about the migration of orcas. Some are supported by research, while others are human conjectures. Regardless of the reasons for orca migration, they always begin at a specific time, led by the leader whale to other waters. The sea breeze lifted the long hair of the warm grapefruit lemon, watching as the orcas swam closer in the distance. The orca is the fastest swimming marine mammal, capable of reaching speeds of 55.5 kilometers per hour. What is a long distance for humans is just a blink of an eye for the orca in the sea. Even before getting close, the distance is already enough for Wen Youning to hear the orca's heart. This way, swim over here. Murmansk Sea, hey, we'll be there soon. It feels like this time in the Murmansk Sea is not as comfortable as before. The problem with the sea. The voice of the orca is sometimes heard, and the calls of the orca can be faintly heard. It's not unusual to see killer whales in this sea. Except for the 3rd floor, which is less crowded, the other floors are packed with people outside, and some of the high-level windows are open. It's all to see the killer whale. So many killer whales. I have no resistance to black and white creatures. Pandas are one and orcas are another. Teacher Wen, what are you waiting for? Jump into the sea and see if the orcas will save you. Laughing out loud, isn't Teacher Wen's life valuable? At this speed, as the pod of orcas swims by, the ripples behind them fade away, and the ship will only reach the path where the orcas have passed. Murmansk Sea. The voice of the orca seems to be cheering itself on. Wen Youning said loudly, if the Murmansk Sea you are talking about is the same as the Murmansk Sea we refer to, It seems you are swimming in the wrong direction." Many tourists were shouting at the orca, in various languages. Wen Youning's shout did not stir up any waves. Instead, the leading orca's cheerful voice instantly stopped. "It is the people who speak of the Murmansk Sea. No, how does a person know what the whale is thinking? If it weren't for inertia pushing forward, the leading orca would have almost collided with its following companions." It silently dove down, while the pod of orcas continued moving forward. Wen Youning pulled Jing Yizhou home. In a state of confusion, Jing Yizhou retreated without hesitation. The next moment the orca appeared beside the ship. Whining, the water splashed up as it broke the surface, and the water spouting from the blowhole wet the railing. Even though Wen Youning managed to leave in time, he still couldn't avoid the splashes of water that were kicked up. "Whoa!" Jing Yizhou squinted, raised his hand to wave in front of his eyes, and in a daze felt like he was being splashed in the face by the mist floating in the air. Whining, the orca surfaced but couldn't see any people, its massive body closely brushing against the ship. Being so close, many tourists felt a bit nervous. Although most news reports state that orcas are very friendly towards humans and do not actively attack them, there are also reports that describe orcas attacking passing boats within their territory. With no escape on the surface of the sea, in this desolate place, if orcas really launch an attack, it seems the only option is to jump into the water. But in the sea, which is the orca's home turf, who knows what might happen after jumping in? Wen Youning patted Jing Yizhou on the shoulder and stepped forward over the water stains on the ground. "I'm here." She crouched down and looked through the gaps in the railing to find the orca's eyes. "Are you the leader of the pod?" This orca looks very young. Generally, the lead whale of a pod is the leader of the group, and it is also the one that organizes cooperative hunting, but this orca, when converted to human years, is still in its youth. "Of course." Whining, "Why did you just say that the whale swam wrong?" "Look at this." Wen Youning pulled up the map on her phone. "We are currently at this position." She tapped the stylus on the screen, drawing a circle in a vivid color around the current location, then moved the map, drawing a diagonal line upwards. "Continue walking in this direction, and you will reach this sea area. But the Murmansk Sea you want to go to is over here." Wen Youning circled both positions. "Is this small phone screen enough to see? How about I give you a blackboard instead?" While giving a lesson to the orca. "I like it. I love watching. When my teacher talked like this in class, I couldn't even imagine how good my grades would be." The orca seems to be watching quite seriously, as if it understands. The orca had no reaction, seriously observing Wen Youning's every stroke as if deeply pondering whether what this person said was correct. No wonder the whale feels that something is off this time. It's not the ocean's problem. Whose problem could it be then? Humans have moved the sea away. Wen Youning thought, it definitely can't be moved, but perhaps it can be renamed on the map if the orca needs it. Covering one's ears while stealing a bell, Ocean Edition. This sea area is actually quite similar to the Murmansk Sea. Humans have observed a lot of marine resources here. If you don't want to turn back, you can also check this side. Wen Youning drew a route map. If you want to turn back, then you need to go this way. Wen Youning reminded, "Remember to stay away from human ships while swimming. Be careful not to get hit." As for where to go next, it should be a matter discussed within the orca group. Whining, "Good." The orca has dived down again. Jing Yizhou has been standing by and didn't recklessly go over to disturb them. Only now did he come over and ask, "Are they really lost?" "Well, it's not that different actually." Wen Youning showed the drawn map to Jing Yizhou and said that there was only a slight deviation. It is a situation that can be corrected. Jing Yizhou nodded slightly as if he understood, then looked down and his pupils trembled violently. "Teacher Wen, you quickly take a look." "What?" Seeing his surprised expression, Wen Youning quickly lowered her head and saw orcas gradually surfacing in the sea. Is this the human who can understand whale speech? Let the whale take a look. So cute, I love whales. I want to touch it, let the whale come down and touch. Whining. She can understand whale conversation. She is one with the whales. The whale swims in the water, causing the water currents to sway the cruise ship slightly. You all stop for a moment. When Youning grasped the railing, don't rock the boat, how about I treat you to some fish? Wen Youning took out her phone to send a message to Bai Minghui. Besides the self-service options, the cruise also offers high-end seafood customization, and she directly sent the menu to Bai Minghui. Buy all the raw fish. Bai Minghui 1 plate of each. Wen Youning all of each. Bai Minghui. I don't understand and am very shocked. Bai Minghui tried to dissuade, feeding is not allowed in the protected area, and the lions don't even like fish or meat. The amount is too much. You won't be able to finish it yourself. Wen Youning took a picture of the orca, feeding the orca. Bai Minghui. Still greatly shocked despite understanding. No, I have been here for so many years, and it's the first time I have encountered such a niche tourism project of feeding orcas. Is this part of the ship service project? You just went for it. Before Bai Minghui received the information to pick someone up, he had already made psychological preparations. It seems now that his preparations were still not sufficient. He replied with a okay and rushed to prepare the food. No matter how he is fed, he still wants to watch. Wen Youning watched the orca surface, and she stretched her hand out with effort. If the orca jumped a little higher, she could touch it. It is just a bit difficult. Right now, there are no conditions to change into a diving suit to play with the orca. If it were before, Wen Youning would have gone down already. As the ruler of the ocean, orcas have no natural enemies in the sea, let alone a group of orcas. Even sharks need to take a break. Delicious food will arrive soon. The seawater somewhat obstructed the view, and the orca remained silent, while Wen Youning could not tell which one was the leader. There are at least 11 recognized ecological types of orcas, including residential, transient, oceanic, tropical, and so on. The food they eat is also different. But this difference is not about eating or not eating. It is about the different foods that can be found in different sea areas. They will still go for whatever they can eat. Without killer whales swimming around, the cruise ship is not very stable. Bai Minghui told the program staff that he was coming to deliver something. Teacher Wen, I'm here. There was too much, so he directly pushed a cart over. Okay, Wen Youning moved to the side, planning to sit down and feed the orca, where the ground was all wet. The orcas below saw her move and all raised their heads. Wen Youning reached out to pull the dining cart, just about to explain, when her phone suddenly and unpredictably slipped out of her pocket. She quickly let go of the dining cart, but due to the angle, the cart slid down without being secured. Wen Youning lifted her hand, not putting the phone back in her pocket, and grasped the handrail of the dining cart with her other hand. With a thud, the phone slid down through the gap. My phone! Wen Youning kicked the fixed lock on the dining cart's wheels and leaned over the railing. Help me pick it up. She has a backup phone. It doesn't matter whether her phone is broken or not. The main thing is the local card inside. The nearby orca leaped up, opened its mouth to bite, but lifted its head and bumped the phone out. The orca beside it took over, leaping up from the surface of the water. The originally tense atmosphere was broken by the orca bumping into each other, and my phone spun around in the air several times. How can this not be considered as not getting wet? It's not considered getting wet if it lands on the orca. Are we having fun now? Put me down, I want to play too. Ah, so cute that one sticking its tongue out got bumped by someone, haha. Let me down, I feel like I need this opportunity more than my phone. Save the phone times, give the phone a good bashing square root. Mobile, I surrender. No matter what it is, I surrender. In the fierce competition and pursuit, the mobile phone was finally secured by one of the orcas with a powerful swipe of its tail. It was directly thrown up. Thud. Whining, the lead whale flicked its tail. You're welcome. Should people go back with the whale? Whales can catch you a lot of delicious fish. Wen Youning, I appreciate the sentiment. She turned around to get her phone. A waterproof phone isn't resistant to seawater, and a phone soaked in seawater is mostly going to be rendered useless. It's just. As she reached out, the phone screen and back cover on the ground split into two. Wen Youning. It seems that this time it will be discarded, even without getting wet. However, it's not a big deal. Wen Youning pressed the back cover of the all-in-one machine back in place. If one doesn't care too much about these details, wrapping it with tape a couple of times and using strong glue to stick the corners can also keep it usable. She tucked the phone into her pocket, sat down by the dining car and said, "Come on, let's eat something first. After we're full, you can slowly discuss where to go to the sea later. The fish is fresh and has been cleaned." Wen Youning put on gloves and said, "Come on." The inventory on the ship restaurant is limited, and the high-end customized ingredients must justify the price. Generally, only the food for this trip is prepared before boarding, since the price is high and there are not many orders. Situations where food is insufficiently prepared will not occur. Whining, the orca opened its mouth and shouted. Wen Youning didn't need to aim deliberately. She casually dropped the fish in her hand, and it landed right into the mouth of the orca. She shook her glove and said, "All right, next." The clever orcas lined up below. They didn't pick and choose the types of fish, they just ate whatever came to them. Slow down, don't crowd. Wen Youning maintained some order while feeding. Turning around to grab the fish, and when turning back I heard the voice, "Whale, one more bite." Wen Youning. The smarter orcas have already started to cut in line. "No, that's not allowed." Wen Youning pointed at it from a distance. The orca exclaimed in surprise. "People can distinguish whale." "Did you hear that? This person categorized the whales. I can't tell them apart." Wen Youning looked at the adorably clueless orca sharing its adventure with its companions, not yet realizing that its heart's voice had exposed itself. Perhaps it can be simply distinguished according to body shape. Otherwise, go down and observe a killer whale closely. "Come on, eat fish." Wen Youning quickened the feeding action. Killer whales have a big appetite and need to eat 45 kilograms of food in one meal. These items on the dining car cannot feed a killer whale. They merely serve to tide it over so it doesn't starve on the journey. Hunt and fill itself up only after reaching the destination. This is the first time Jing Yizhu has had such close contact with a killer whale. Being someone who doesn't particularly like taking photos, he keeps taking pictures with his phone. The phone is on silent, but the flash is still on, making no sound whatsoever. Quietly hiding aside without bothering anyone. The killer whale that caught a fish closed its mouth and sank underwater, and by the time it came up again, it had already swallowed it. After feeding the last bit of fish, the dining cart was left with only crushed ice used for preservation. "All right, that's it." Wen Youning shook the empty frame, allowing the killer whale to see, "You can continue your journey now." She raised her hand and waved, "Safe travels." The meow. "Goodbye, wonderful and interesting human." Whining. "Can't we really take this human away?" "It's fine to do it quietly." Wen Youning, I can hear it. Orca. The orca, who was caught in a thought, quietly sank into the water. The orca has a direction it wants to go. Wen Youning stood up, lightly pounded her legs from sitting too long, and watched the shadow of the orca disappear underwater. Is it time to go? The sea and the world is so vast, this parting may mean we might not meet again next time. I haven't even touched it yet. Supplement, why is it so melancholic? You won't miss. Wen Youning shoved the empty frame back onto the dining cart. I can ask marine life to help me pass messages. Orcas have their own intelligence network. When I have time, I can also go to the areas they frequent to find them. It has been proven. When you are out in the world, as long as you have connections, it's easy to find anyone. Bullet screen. After all the hard work to show some affection, you ended up getting slapped in the face for it. Wow, now that I know about orcas, can teacher Wen swim horizontally in the sea too? Wen Youning took off her gloves and said, "Next time I come to play with the orcas, I'll remember to bring my diving suit." Bai Minghui weakly spoke beside, "Can you take me along? I have a professional diving certificate. What I mean is, I want to ensure your safety." He was sincerely looking at Wen Youning, with his left eye fixed on tiger, and his right eye fixed on whale. Jing Yizhu cleared his throat and said, "I have a diving suit endorsement. If teacher Wen hasn't bought one yet, I can give you a set." Shi Ziming hugged the Labrador's neck, wanting to interject but couldn't find the opportunity. Speaking of which, the orca pod comes and goes. Wen Youning was taken aback. "Are you lost again? Why do they seem to be returning the same way?" Wying, "Human, here's something tasty for you." The leading orca raised its head, and the devil ray it carried flew out of the water, creating a splash. "You all eat by yourselves." Wen Youning shouted, "Thank you, I appreciate the sentiment." "Devil fish, I just said that I have my part." "Haha, the devil fish must be cursing the fish in its heart. There's no way, the ocean is hard currency." "Devil fish is what they like to eat the most, and it's also the hardest to catch." Wen Youning explained, "Generally, killer whales have to team up to catch devil fish." Wen Youning said, "The orca gives a devil fish, which, when converted into a human gift, is also the highest etiquette." I can't believe there's this layer of meaning. The orca listened to Wen Youning's words and had no intention of leaving. Instead, it kept adjusting its position and followed the advancing ship. Wying, "Here, you can eat. You can share it." Wying, "Don't you? Then the whale will go give it to you." "Come up, how do you get up there?" Wen Youning looked down at the height. Whimper. The whale hit it and then got up. Wen Youning, "The ocean overlord deserves its reputation. Who dares to dominate in front of you?" Wying, "The whale is coming. The whale is coming soon." Whale. Wen Youning listened to its tentative little movements, feeling adorable, and laughed as she stopped, saying, "No, no, no, don't bump into each other." She thought for a moment and shouted, "Wait for me, I'll go down to the first floor to get it, just don't bump." Wying, "Okay." The killer whale is leading the way, holding a devil fish, with the pod following behind. Shooting from a high angle creates a cinematic rhythm in just a moment. Wen Youning didn't wait for the elevator and ran all the way down to the first floor. A lot of people were squeezed in front of the narrow corridor at the entrance. Seeing this, Wen Youning did not push her way in, but went down the stairs on the first floor and stopped at the last step. This position allows you to reach down and touch the water surface with your fingertips. Wen Youning leaned down to scoop some water to cool her hands. The orca had already swum over, chasing her. Wen Youning extended the gloved hand and grabbed the tail of the stingray. It's hard to catch the devil fish without gloves. It's too slippery when wet. She grabbed the devil fish by the tail and yanked it, then turned to lay the devil fish down on the stairs. Wying, "I like it. Thank you." Wen Youning squinted and reached out with her ungloved hand to poke at the orca. The orca actively floated up and rubbed against her. Wen Youning said, "It's time to go back, I can't stay here too long. This area is already restricted for visitors. A little carelessness could lead to a fall." She agreed to let her come over after a short while. The orca spouted water through its blowhole, enveloping Wen Youning in a mist. Wen Youning squinted, raised her hand with fingers together across her forehead, and smiled as she said, "Naughty guy." Whining, "I like it." Wen Youning picked up the devil fish and said, "I really have to go now." The orca nodded, and with a flick of its tail, the surface of the water created ripples that were quickly smoothed out by the small waves. Bai Minghui was still explaining to the staff what the situation with the orca was. When Wen Youning arrived, she happened to hear Bai Minghui say, translated as, "she and her friends." The staff also didn't know if they understood, their mouths forming an O shape. Can the kitchen on the cruise ship process this? Wen Youning shook the tail of the devil fish. It's usable. Bai Minghui often sits on this cruise ship, and he doesn't need to verify any issues on board. He can provide accurate answers himself. Wen Youning nodded, "Take me there." While the devil fish is still fresh after just dying. "Okay," Bai Minghui turned sideways and gestured, "Please." In many places, devil fish are an important edible fish species, with high nutritional value, tender meat, and rich in protein and fat, and they accumulate very few harmful substances such as heavy metals in their bodies. Moreover, their muscle tissue is well developed and highly nutritious. Hand the devil fish over to the chef on the boat. Then just wait to eat. I also want the devil fish that the orca delivered. I used to not feel envious when I saw orcas delivering devil fish to rescuers because it felt so far away. Woo-woo, it feels so much closer when it's delivered to Teacher Wen. Is Teacher Wen planning to hold a Playmate event? I'll pay and provide effort and you can provide people. Wow, great idea. You attract the small animals over and I'll pet them. It feels so good just thinking about it. Wen Youning took off her gloves and washed the seawater off her hands. Cooking the devil fish takes some time. Wen Youning returned to the room first. Most of the spending on the cruise ship is for accommodation. Wen Youning was not interested in those bumper cars, bungee jumping, bars, video game halls, and other entertainment facilities, including some program performances. However, the sound insulation of the cruise suite is very good. When the door is closed, not a sound can be heard from outside. The alcohol that Wen Youning drank seemed to still have its effect. She returned to her room, rubbed her face, and sat at the table drinking water to sober up. She pointed the live streaming equipment towards the outside scenery, the vast ocean stretching endlessly, chatting casually with the barrage of comments. The voice has gradually become lower without me realizing it. Teacher Wen. Are you still awake? If you are awake, just make a sound. Go back to bed, don't catch a cold. Achoo! Wen Youning sat in the sightseeing bus as it entered the protected area, her voice sounding a bit muffled. She cleared her throat as the sea wind that strong. She lay on the table in the afternoon and slept for a while, feeling like it wasn't long before she woke up. At that moment, she felt that her arm, which was pressed against the table, was a bit numb, but everything was fine. However, after sleeping through the night and waking up, she felt a bit dizzy in her head. Wen Youning suspected it was a hangover, but having disembarked the cruise ship, she was almost at the protected area and still hadn't fully awakened. In the vast grassland, herds of antelopes can be seen grazing with their heads down, and the cows swatting their tails in annoyance from the flies. Animal migration occurs when food is most abundant within the territory. On this grassland, countless lion kings protect their territories and prides. Wen Youning had looked at the information and learned a lot about lion prides. The pride of white lions is considered to be the most popular one. After all, as the only white lion king among the yellow lions, the white lion has been the center of attention from all sides since it was a cub. Last time the white lion was injured, it took a lot of effort to rescue it. Fortunately, the owner of the reserve is a local. Otherwise, Wen Youning would not be able to see the white lion at the rescue station abroad. There are so many tourists here. When Youning looked at the cars in front and behind, everyone was standing in line orderly. The black off-road vehicle must have been modified. The space from the windows to the roof is hollow, and there is a canopy supported at the four corners for shade. An off-road vehicle can seat 6 people, and the co-pilot is usually a guide. To prevent anyone from trying to jump out of the car and have close encounters with the lions, they are always keeping an eye on them. Without any windows, won't the lions attack them? While in such a situation, if a lion attacks a person, will the lion be shot? Then the lion seems a bit innocent, doesn't it? The tourist cars now appear as a hole in the eyes of the lions, a massive beast, and they do not attack recklessly. Wen Youning explained with simple reasoning, adding that there are too many tourists, and many lions have become accustomed to the cars being in their territory. Wen Youning emphasized, however, once someone gets out of the car, they will definitely be attacked. When coming to such wildlife reserves, everyone must not act alone. She paused and said, "Do not follow my example. Haha, you're patching yourself up here. Then I can learn secretly." "Oh, it's Lancelot," the guide in front suddenly shouted, and he shouted in Chinese, "You all take a look, it's hunting." The guide clearly has a fondness for Lancelot, and to ensure that the tourists in his vehicle understand, he specially said, "As a male lion, he is one of the few who actively hunts to share the burden of hunting with the lionesses in the pride." The lioness with the cubs is lying in the shade of a tree to cool off, and the pride shows no intention of helping. However, each lion's belly is bulging, suggesting that they must have had a big meal not long ago. Wen Youning watched as the white lion chased after an antelope, running swiftly, its body fully expressed, with muscular contours visible. This is a wild white lion forged through battle. Running freely on the grassland, the entire scene is full of wildness. Many onlooking tourists picked up their cameras, determined to capture the most handsome moment of the white lion. The places on the white lion where the fur was shaved have all grown back, not showing any signs of the previous injury. The winner was decided in almost just one round. Unlike the lion that suffocates its prey by biting into its mouth and nose, the white lion simply pounced and swiftly grabbed its neck. The herd of antelopes had already been scattered from the very beginning. The lone little antelope, now targeted, has no strength to fight back. It didn't even have time to struggle and was finished off in one night. The white lion released its prey, and the intense running forced it to gasp for air. However, being exposed to the sun all the time is clearly not a very good resting position. The white lion took a short rest and then picked up the antelope. Like a victorious general returning in triumph, the white lion proudly walked past the tourist's vehicle with his spoils. The antelope is not very large, perhaps just a snack after a meal. The white lion carried it effortlessly and could even jog. As it passed by Wen Youning's car, it glanced over but quickly withdrew its gaze. Dragging the antelope and running forward a few more steps, suddenly, the white lion realized something. Lancelot turned back to the tour bus, staring at Wen Youning. His beautiful eyes seemed to be confirming something. Wen Youning raised her hand and waved. "Hi, long time no see." White lion roar. "Go away. You still know to come over." Wen Youning was yelled at, and the white lion was visibly angry. The roar of the white lion made by Minghui, who was sitting next to Wen Youning, jumped. Having stayed in this place for a long time, he had seen many lion battles and heard many lion roars, but a roar so close to the car, just half a meter away from him, would make anyone's heart race. Bai Minghui choked up. "Teacher Wen, it may have forgotten you since it hasn't seen you for a long time, be careful." The attitude of this white lion doesn't seem very friendly. Hearing his provocation, the white lion cast him a sideways glance. "It's okay, it remembers me." Wen Youning raised her hand to hug the white lion's head, bringing its gaze back toward her. "Don't be angry." Wen Youning patted the white lion, As soon as my visa comes through, I will handle a few things and come over immediately. Roar! The white lion turned its face away and ignored her. Good, it's all because the visa came down too slowly. Wen Youning stroked its fur. The white lion roared but did not avoid her hand. The big sun was shining, and the white lion's mane felt warm to the touch. Wen Youning patted the white lion, which was making a humming sound from its throat, and comforted, "You're not angry anymore, right? I'll stay and play with you for a few more days." Roar! Don't touch the lion. A little to the side. Wen Youning smirked, cradling the white lion's head with both hands, tousling its mane until it looked like a beautiful flower. Being angry is one thing, but it will still be stroked gently. Roar! The white lion roared one after another. Wen Youning listened honestly to the white lion scolding. The previously silent white lion seems to have become a chatterbox. The tired white lion paused for a moment. I'm listening," Wen Youning said seriously while looking into its eyes, "and I have deeply realized my mistakes. I reflect." The white lion let out a breath. Woo. This is more like it. The tail behind it started swaying at some unknown time. Warm pomelo and lemon's fluffy hair. The white lion looks like it has a bad temper and is not to be trifled with, but in reality, it is a soft-hearted, soon-dear big cat. Warm pomelo and lemon picked up the backpack, which contained many small items for the white lion. She hung her work ID on her chest and said, "I'm going down. I will find you at the exit in the evening." Bai Minghui repeatedly said, no need, I won't follow the team in the car. Just come directly to the car. The grassland is a bit dangerous at night." Although his job involves accompanying all day, he wouldn't dare to get off the car and approach the lions. A group of wild lions is like little kittens. With so many cats, there is a risk of being scratched, and a pride of lions would be even more frightening. "Okay, let's get in touch again then." Wen Youning left her phone, which had a detached back cover and screen, in the hotel, carrying a spare phone for backup. The white lion saw her coming down and picked up the antelope from the ground to head back. But after taking a few steps, it turned back to see that Wen Youning had not followed. The white lion let out a low growl. Woo! It dropped the antelope on the spot, turned around and bit at Wen Youning's hem. Here we go. Wen Youning rubbed the white lion's ear with her hand and said, "I'm getting a bottle of water. Let's go." The reserve is not like a zoo where you can find snack stalls everywhere. If you don't bring your own water, you'll just have to endure the thirst. The white lion narrowed its eyes from being petted, shook its head, and turned to grab an antelope. Just as Wen Youning walked towards the lion group, a loudspeaker on the vehicle behind her began to broadcast in the world's common languages in a loop. The general idea is, the staff walking on the grassland are engaged in hazardous behavior. Tourists, please do not imitate. They are both protectors of people and protectors of lions. Wen Youning tied her hair up at the back of her head, walking while turning on a neck fan. "Lance, do you want to have a blow?" The lions in the reserve all have names, some named after their pride and others based on place names. This name will change according to the corresponding territory, but the lion's own name does not undergo changes. Lancelot means king in the local language. It actually sounds pretty cool. White Lion, how could you forgive her so easily? I'm not trying to sow discord. If someone came to hang out with me this late, I would definitely be very angry. Hahaha, luckily the White Lion can't read. There are few trees on the grassland. The scattered trees aren't too tall, but they are enough for the leopard to hide from the lions on the ground. The White Lion carried the antelope and walked to the intersection of a few trees, where the scattered branches and leaves overlapped, creating a shadow in between. Lions in a pride are driven away at a certain age, and young male lions who have not yet grown their manes look quite similar to female lions. Seeing the White Lion approach, the lion that was lying underneath to cool off stood up. The combat strength between adult male lions and subadult male lions is overwhelmingly superior, especially since subadult male lions have little combat experience and lack confidence. In a fight, adult male lions can take on multiple opponents at once. The white lion tossed the antelope aside. Hugh, go in. Wen Youning sat down beside and pointed to the brim of the hat. I have a hat, you can go in. The fan is blowing at the white lion. Lying inside on a hot day, enjoying the cool breeze and nibbling on some snacks, is quite leisurely and comfortable. Generally, male lions in a pride do not participate in hunting, but if a wandering male lion or other territorial males come around, they will step up to confront them. Usually, they also have to patrol under the scorching sun. In some large territorial lion prides, a male lion might be away for half a month at a time. The white lion is not hungry after eating, and it uses its paw to push the antelope towards Wen Youning. Woo. Don't waste it. Humans are weak. Am I weak? Wen Youning's schedule is almost fully booked. She bent her arm and patted her own elbow. There is still some muscle. The white lion glanced and snorted. Snorted. Wen Youning raised her hand to grab its ear. Hiss means what? No hiss. Roar. The white lion tilted its head to bite her, opening its mouth to grab her wrist. You eat by yourself. Wen Youning's wrist, which was bit and could still move freely. She pulled out her hand, rubbed it against the white lion and grabbed its mane. The lion's mane looks messy, but it actually feels pretty good. Everyone just watch me pet it, don't learn from me. You don't need to promote the feel of a lion. If I want to die, I will naturally try it. You say you won't learn if you don't want to. Whatever you say goes. If you don't want to learn, then don't. LOL, look at the car next to us. That local person with dark skin is staring with wide eyes. Local person, a new development project, no one informed us. The white lion is very popular. Most people come to this sanctuary to see the white lion. That's why there is a long queue for the cars here. This unique structure, similar to a treehouse tent, is also the place where the white lion likes to stay the most. There are quite a few people checking in. When Wen Youning came down, many people in the cars had already started discussing. Even with the honking going on, there were quite a few people talking with the tour guide. The white lion was in a good mood, rolling around leisurely on the ground. Wen Youning held onto its tail. Did you make an alliance with the male lions? White lions are not seen by tourists every day. They may only appear once every few weeks when they go out on patrol. Therefore, the information online is also not complete. More detailed information can only be obtained from the white lion. What? No. The lion can do it too. Wen Youning understood that the nearby lions in the territory were not very aggressive. As long as there weren't multiple male lions roaming around together, the white lion could handle a group of lions by itself. She opened her backpack and picked up a comb. Let me comb your fur. The leisurely white lion. No. No, don't. The white lion is very cautious when it comes to treating its own fur. Don't trim. When Youning is grooming its mane. You can't lick this spot yourself. The white lion's inner voice refused, but there was no physical expression. It even stretched lazily, with its back leg resting on Wen Youning's leg. Wen Youning patted its back leg. Adjust your position. Turn around. Roar, the white lion growled impatiently. Annoying. It wobbled and got up, turned its head and rubbed its head against her leg. The white lion really likes to be close to her. Wen Youning slowly combed through its mane. It hadn't been combed in a long time, and she couldn't get it all the way through in one go. She could only divide it into several layers, and after untangling it, she would comb it together again. Looks good. Wen Youning took a photo of the white lion with her phone. With its fur growing out, the white lion has reached a new level of handsomeness. Come on, be good. Look at the camera. No. Click. The photo is frozen, with the white lion looking directly at the camera. Wen Youning gently touched the white lion twice, knelt on one knee and pointed ahead. Your cubs. Woo, the white lion looked up. Wen Youning leaned down, resting her chin on its head. There are 2 white ones. Lions do not have a fixed mating season and can quickly enter a state when there are no cubs. Many male lions will kill all the cubs after taking over a pride. The white lion stood up and shook its fur. Wen Youning sat down and rummaged through her backpack. I brought some snacks you can see to share. In the midst of searching, Wen Youning suddenly went dark in front of her eyes. She looked up and met a pair of wet eyes. The little white lion's paw, which was held in the mouth of the white lion, curled up, and its tail trembled as it drooped down. Ow! The female lion noticed this side from a distance with her 3 cubs. Experienced female lions, after leaving the pride to give birth, will wait until the cubs grow a bit before bringing them back, because there are subadult lions in the pride, and they might play too rough and harm the young cubs. It's not malicious. They simply don't realize their strength, and normal play can hurt the little lion. The little lion in the white lion's mouth is chubby. Little lion, owl. Ha, the little guy is so angry. Little lion, human, are you satisfied now, you cold-hearted guy, such an imposing authority? So cute, let me give a kiss, I'll give a kiss. I won't give a kiss, I'll take a bite. The white lion threw the little lion into Wen Youning's arms. The little lion was a bit wary as it fell into the unfamiliar embrace, its ears folded back and its little nose sniffing nervously. So fragrant. Wen Youning poked the little guy's paw with her fingertip. Look, pink paw pads. The little lion and the little tiger are both cubs of big cats, but they feel different when being ruffled. Ow, ow. The little lion let out sounds after being ruffled for a long time before finally realizing it. The lioness heard the commotion and slowly approached this way. How strange. Like a person. Wen Youning was just next to the white lion, and she also carried the scent of the white lion on her. It's normal for a lioness to find the scent strange. She opened the meat snacks and threw them to the lioness. Noticing her action of throwing something, the lioness instinctively bared its teeth. It's delicious. When Youning put the little lion on the ground, you should try it. The jerky she chose was from sun-dried raw meat, selected according to the taste of the white lion. Wild lions definitely haven't tried it. The lioness just lowered her head and sniffed but did not eat. The white lion walked over, rubbing its neck against the lioness, a unique mutual communication among lions. The lioness lowered her head and picked up the jerky. Roar! The white lion turned its head and roared. Your jerky is right here. Wen Youning anticipated the white lion, with the whole piece of jerky sticking out of its mouth. I thought you couldn't eat it since I saw you haven't eaten the antelope. This jerky is vacuum-packed, and it should be eaten quickly after opening. Given the hot weather here, even if she can't finish it in half a day, it should still spoil if she takes it back to the hotel and puts it in the fridge at night. Including the 2 white cubs, there are a total of 5 cubs in this litter. They are all like little yellow rice balls. Wen Youning smiled and picked one up, saying, 1 bite each. Oh. Wen Youning noticed the wound on the lioness's leg. Can I take a look at your wound? The lioness, stepping on the jerky and biting it, paused, licked her nose and silently lay on the ground, holding the jerky without responding. Your wound isn't new, is it? How long has it been? Wen Youning took the initiative to step forward. Can I put some medicine on it for you? It might have been accidentally injured during its solitary hunting period. Generally, severely injured lions in protected areas will receive assistance, but this small wound will not be taken too seriously. No wonder the lioness limped a bit when she came over just now. Wen Youning squatted in front of the lioness. If you agree, then put your paw on my hand. The lioness's heartfelt voice is filled with curious questions, but there is no mention of whether she resists treatment. Woo! After hesitating for a long time, the lioness finally extended her paw. The lioness might have just licked her wound a short while ago, as the surrounding fur is still damp. The white lion, holding the jerky, approached, and after seeing what Wen Youning was doing, shrank its neck and growled, "Roar. Don't touch it. It will look ugly." Not all wounds need to be shaved. How could it look ugly if you don't shave it? Wen Youning examined the wound. As long as the wound exists, there is a possibility of scarring, and by then the hair in that area might not grow back. Roar. It will be shaved. No way, Wen Youning explained. Many wounds just need the medicine applied, like this wound's depth and width. Well, it really does need shaving, Wen Youning cleared her throat, so, I will try to make it look nice for you, Haha, white lion, what did I say? This lioness is very beautiful. Both parents are good looking. Is the psychological trauma from shaving that serious? Can be considered as the shadow of a young white lion. The medicine in the backpack of the warm grapefruit lemon is all prepared by the hotel. None of the new ones have been opened. An electric shaver was not easy to hold, so she brought a small razor. This small wound is just right for a scraper. Wen Youning pushed the white lion beside her. You're blocking the sunlight, come over here. A battle for the dignity of animal grooming and hairstyling. The lighting must be good, and the trimming must be beautiful. Wen Youning carefully pressed the blade against the fur. Don't be afraid, it will be done soon. Small lion fur fell, there was no wind, and it gathered into small piles on the grass. All done. Wen Youning patted the fur on her legs, waving the lioness's paw in front of it. Look, how about it? Not bad, right? Lioness. Wen Youning blinked, put down the paw. Let's just start applying the medicine directly. Shaving must take into account the wounds while also considering aesthetics. This is really difficult. The lioness has a good temper, but if it were a white lion, it would end up with a bald patch and would be furious. Remember not to lick this medicine. Good medicine won't have any sensation. When you want to lick it, restrain yourself. Wen Youning chose medicines that can be taken orally by lions, applied thickly. They are effective and can also protect wounds from dust. Woo, the female lion rubbed against her wrist. Wen Youning packed everything back into her backpack. When she got the medicine, the white lion was lying on the ground sniffing. It was startled by the smell of the medicine and showed great disdain. Haha, should I take a bite of this? The white lion turned its head and saw the live streaming equipment again. Yeah. Why are you suddenly looking at me? You scared me. With that look, okay, it's definitely being stared at by the white lion from the first-person perspective. Wen Youning's palm was resting on the white lion's head. You can't. She went to a lot of trouble to bring the live streaming equipment, and there is no backup. If it gets bitten, she'll have to ask for leave. Seeing that there was no river nearby, Wen Youning filled a plastic box that contained jerky with water. After finishing the jerky, I was thirsty, so it was just right to have a couple of sips. Wen Youning also took a sip of water, adjusted the fan around her neck to medium, picked up a small white lion and sat back in the shade. The fan only has a slight whirring sound. Do you want me to blow? She held the fan and stopped at a distance from the little white lion. The wind from the fan is quite effective on the sweltering grassland. The little lion was originally struggling to get down, but when the wind blew, all its attention was drawn to the fan. Suddenly forgetting that she was still being held by someone, she squinted her eyes and looked up, chasing after the fan. Wen Youning was afraid it would catch a cold, so she blocked its mouth, occasionally adjusting the angle of the fan. Leaning against the tree trunk, she laughed and said, "If the lion pride grows a bit bigger, I'll send them all to my place to retire when they get older." While chatting with the bullet comments, she noticed the live streaming equipment's red light turning on, and Wen Youning sat up straight, saying, I need to take an emergency call. Teacher Wen, please help me translate what Bobo is saying. Why is it shaking all the time? Is it saying it hurts? The clever brain is flashing this ID on the screen. Woof woof, the dog barking isn't shaking. Bad person, the bad person hitting the dog. Help Wang, don't retreat. Take it to the hospital, stop playing on your phone here. Another relatively calm female voice came through. I called for a ride online, but the car hasn't arrived yet. Let Teacher Wen take a look first. I just saw that it has no obvious injuries, but it keeps trembling. The clever brain patted the Bordeaux dog that was shivering behind its back. Bobo, don't worry. You can tell Teacher Wen anything that makes you uncomfortable. The Bordeaux dog is also known as the French Mastiff or Bordeaux Bulldog. It is a very powerful and muscular dog that can perform many tasks. At this moment, the Bordeaux dog's tail is drooping, and it has a look of grievance while standing still. Woof! She beats the dog. It hit quite hard. Its call is very loud, it doesn't sound like it's sick. It's shaking because it's excited, Wen Youning analyzed. The female owner is hitting it, so it should see you as an ally, and is asking you to help it beat up the female owner. Wen Youning, the call probably means up. Boy, what are you going up for? I can barely get on the Kang. If I went up. She doesn't handle it well and still gives me a beating. How about we just go to the hospital? This dog looks obedient. If it gets beaten, it must be the owner's fault. I can't believe it's so spicy and oily. While the case resolution is so precise and quick, are you preparing to be a judge? If so, I will report it. What is the puppy saying? Never mind, it has a point. The clever brain squatted down and poked the Bordeaux dog. All right, but it's wrong to hit a dog. If there's a problem, you can reason with it. After all, puppies are very smart. The voice was so soft it was barely audible, visibly timid. Woof woof. The Bordeaux dog was still yelping, pushing the male owner with its paws. Come on, hurry up. What are you waiting for? You charge first and the dog will follow to help. She slapped the dog. When the dog eats something, it just gets hit. She is bad. With so much delicious food, the dog just ate a bite. What a stingy human. HMPH. It's all right, we're a team. I will always stand by you. Let's take our time to talk. The clever brain reassured the Bordeaux dog, saying, Don't get worked up. I thought you were going to explode. The moment he saw him, he started shivering and kept pushing into his legs, not even considering if his own weight could fit in. You got beaten for eating. Wen Youning looked at the Bordeaux dog's size and guessed its weight, feeling it didn't seem like someone who was just missing a few bites. What did you eat? The girl has already put on her clothes and is ready to take the dog to the hospital. She shook her head and said, I don't even know what happened. The clever brain thought for a moment and guessed, maybe it remembered what you did before and is just waiting for me to come and tell on you. The girl crossed her arms and relaxed her shoulders. I never hit it before. Woof. You're lying. Whether you hit it or not, doesn't the dog know? Clearly I have hit you. The Bordeaux dog refutes. If the dog eats something sweet, then you hit the dog. Wen Youning asked, Something sweet, is it sugar? The girl was taken aback upon hearing this and slapped her forehead. Was it that time you ate chocolate? Then I shouldn't have hit you, right? She still finds it puzzling when she thinks back to that moment. Taking a deep breath, she adjusted her emotions and said, You stole the chocolate that was left out to cool, all wrapped in honey, while I wasn't paying attention. And even when I tried to pry it from your mouth, you wouldn't let go. Tell me, should I have hit you? That was 100% pure dark chocolate. Eating a piece of that would be like committing suicide for a dog. If it hadn't been discovered in time, the dog would have been lost. The clever brain. He turned back and stared into the eyes of the Bordeaux dog. Why didn't you mention this situation? Why didn't you mention it's chocolate, hey? The Bordeaux dog looked innocent. The clever brain said, Isn't that just chocolate? It's just a small piece. Keeping it in my mouth without swallowing isn't a big deal, right? People know that chocolate is toxic to dogs, but they may not have a clearer concept. Wen Youning thought for a moment and said, "You can think of it as the situation at the time being that a person was holding a bottle of paraquat, but couldn't vomit it out. The intelligent brain." He silently took a step to the side and pointed at the silly dog, saying, "How many slaps did it get at the time? Was it enough? Shall we give it a couple more to reinforce the memory?" Bordeaux dog. Aren't we on the same side? Dog, I feel like I will never love again. This dog is really stubborn. The dog looks confused, thinking it was a teammate, only to realize that betrayal means betrayal. Bordeaux dog, don't forget the bond between us, you bastard. The Bordeaux dog bared its teeth at the clever brain. This angle seems to be facing the camera directly. Wen Youning said, "If you eat chocolate, you will die. In the future, whenever you smell food that tastes similar, ask your sister to determine if it is safe to eat. Don't just bite into it." Woof. So what? Wang just eats. The smart brain saw the Bordeaux dog's imposing demeanor, and it didn't seem like it was going to listen to advice. Is it refusing? Wen Youning nodded. Yeah, it says it will only eat. The female owner raised an eyebrow, took a quick step forward, and with a swift motion raised her hand. Does your uncle eat? Does your aunt eat? Does your third aunt and second uncle eat? Woof, 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 woof. The Bordeaux dog closed its eyes and let out a wail. It hurts they killed the dog. Is there anyone to take care of this? It's over, the dog is going to die. The female master looked at her raised hand that had not yet fallen. I haven't hit it yet. The Bordeaux dog quietly opened its eyes a crack, licked its nose and stubbornly said, "Woof." The wind from the fan hurt Wang. The smart brain next to it couldn't help but laugh at its self-righteous appearance, reaching out to press on its nose. Wen Youning hurriedly said, "Dogs have a dense distribution of blood vessels in their noses. Their noses are very fragile and sensitive. From the snout up to the forehead, you should avoid hitting too hard." The smart brain hurriedly stopped. Oh, is that so? Woof, the Bordeaux dog stood tall and proud. Useless. Are you afraid of barking? Is this dog breed aggressive? How come I found that Bordeaux dogs are very gentle? You searched wrong, search again. When it barks, it sounds like slaughtering a pig. It seems the owner also can't bear to discipline it, haha. The female owner looked at the Bordeaux dog and rolled her eyes. No more chocolate in the house from now on. They themselves don't really like to eat these, and the high-end chocolates brought back by friends from their travels cannot be given away or wasted out of consideration for their feelings. Initially, she planned to use them to make desserts. It was just being prepared when the dog discovered it and took it away. The clever brain said, "Then Teacher Wen, I won't disturb the dog here since it's fine. I'll take my leave first." It knows it will die if it eats it, so it won't actively try to eat it in the future. No need to worry too much. Before hanging up, Wen Youning added a few more words. The Bordeaux dog is just being stubborn, and now it feels like it has the attitude of, if you don't let me do it, I will do it anyway. Honestly, if it encounters chocolate again, it definitely won't eat it. Purr. The sound of chatting faded away, and Wen Youning noticed the little guy's purring coming from her legs. She looked down and realized that the little white lion had fallen asleep. Sleeping on her lap with a sunshade overhead and a breeze blowing nearby, it's quite suitable for a nap. Wen Youning adjusted the fan to the lowest setting, blowing in circles for the little bundle that had squeezed in unnoticed. Several outside still had blood at the corners of their mouths, presumably having eaten the small antelope that the white lion had hunted. Cubs of this age can already eat meat on their own, but when it comes to tougher-skinned animals like hippos or buffaloes, they still need the big lions to help them bite through. The young antelope caught by the white lion didn't eat it. Instead, it occasionally nibbled on the meat strip while holding it in its mouth, looking more like it was playing than eating. Woo! The white lion tilted its head over. Wen Youning grabbed the meat strip and said, "Put it inside, stop holding it all the time." She casually rubbed the white lion's face. The white lion rolled over, lying on its back, with its front paws stretched out in front, trying to paw at Wen Youning. Wen Youning caught the white lion's paw, and even with both hands trying to hold it, she still couldn't wrap around the white lion's paw. "If you wake up your child in a bit." The white lion stood up and shook its fur, poking its head into the shadows. "Hey, I can't get in." Wen Youning was already leaning against the tree trunk behind her. "Could you step back a bit? I'll go out first and then you can come in, okay?" "Ouch. Not good. Come out." Wen Youning hadn't figured out the meaning of the white lion when she saw it lower its head and take the little white lion from her leg. Then, one by one, it carried away the cubs leaning against Wen Youning and lay down. Generally, in a lion pride, it is the lionesses that take care of the cubs and the lion males rarely look after them. However, when food is available, most lion males will allow their cubs to eat with them. There are also a few that are very protective of their food and are ruthless to their own cubs. From the reaction of the cub being picked up by the male lion, it is clear that they are not afraid of the white lion. The white lion must have taken good care of them. Woken up when being carried away while sleeping, with its body suspended in midair. The little white lion was placed on the ground, dazedly opening its confused and dreamy eyes to look around, and then 1, 2, 3, several brothers and sisters were successively brought over. The cubs, used to sleeping piled together, huddled under the tree roots. Wen Youning handed over the fan and placed it next to the lion cubs group. "What's wrong with the white lion? It keeps picking up the cubs and carrying them around." Compared to the white lion, the cubs are all much smaller, like plush toys, and they make cute humming sounds. "White lion, people like it, I'll give it to her to play with." After seeing Wen Youning surrounded by the cubs, white lion, the lion has to stick close. "I'll take away the troublesome little cubs." How possessiveness is at play. Wen Youning is currently in what can be considered the center of the territory. Compared to the flourishing scenes of other lion prides with male and female lions raising cubs, this is indeed a bit lacking. There should still be mother lions with cubs that haven't returned. Wen Youning leaned back, stretched her legs out, and absent-mindedly rubbed the white lion's head. The white lion, who hadn't been seen for a while, was particularly clingy. Although it would occasionally give a slight sound when turning over, its heart was shouting hot, and it remained close to Wen Youning without leaving. Wen Youning patted it lightly with her hand, as if coaxing a lion cub. It turns out that both the mature lions and the cubs are quite taken by this. "Awoo! Awoo!" in a leisurely manner, not knowing where the roar of the lion came from. The white lion suddenly raised its head and slowly stood up, paws pressing against the ground. "Awoo! Help! Brother, help me, woof, brother, brother. I can't win, brother." The white lion stepped out of the shadow, looking into the distance, hesitating to turn back, just as he collided with Wen Youning's gaze. Wen Youning raised her hand and patted the white lion's rear. "Let's go together." As she spoke, she didn't know the direction and instead ran out first. The white lion paused for a moment. "Roar!" It roared and chased after. The white lion wasn't running fast. Knowing that a strange male lion was coming to provoke, it would be foolish to run desperately as if hunting when heading to the scene. Overexerting strength means that by the time the fight breaks out, it would only be left to offer the lion's head. Therefore, this running speed can also keep up with Wen Youning. "There is a lion over there calling for help." Lancelot reacted to the sound. It should be asking him for help. Running does not affect Wen Youning's ability to educate her live stream fans. The white lion's territory is next to that of its brother from the same parents. Lions have a unique way of expressing their emotions. Sometimes, a banished wandering male lion encounters a brother it has seen before and will not engage in too intense a fight. At most they will yell at each other, and one side will admit defeat. No matter how irritable a lion may be, it always shows a good temper when facing its brothers. The feelings of a lion towards its brothers who fight side by side are always different. The lion asking for help is also very clever, choosing a territory near its brother's territory, so that in case of being attacked, it can call for its brother's assistance in time. Even a lone lion still has the strength to fight. The lion's roar also attracted the onlooking tourists. They couldn't decipher the meaning mixed within the lion's roar, but seeing the white lion's movements, they all followed suit. However, unlike running alongside Wen Youning and the white lion, the tour bus was at a distance. "Ow Wu! Come here! Brother, your dearest, most handsome, most beautiful, and most brave little brother is going to be killed. Where is the lion?" "Ayo! Li?" The lion roars one after another. "Roar!" the white lion replied with a low growl. "Shut up! Ow! Brother, you're finally here, brother." The lion that got a response roars noticeably higher. "Wow! Your brother almost got killed. Hurry up and let's fight back together. You don't know how hateful those stupid lions are. Haven't encountered it in person yet. We started chatting just by conveying through calls. The white lion hasn't responded since that last call. Even without the lion responding, the calling lion can still shout one after another, and the cries grow increasingly mournful. Wen Youning listened to the sounds and could only say the situation was not bad. At least there was no fighting continuing now. Those male lions invading its territory don't seem to know what they're doing. It's good enough to just hold out until the white lion arrives. Wen Youning, the tour buses here are much fewer than over there. The reduction in the number of tour buses is visibly noticeable. She ran to the back, slightly out of breath, leaning on her waist, and from a distance she saw a bloodied yellow lion lying on the grass, panting heavily. "Woof! Brother!" The yellow lion stood up, its body swaying a bit, and when it saw Wen Youning running over with the white lion, its eyes lit up and it came sprinting this way. "Ow! You're so great, brother, coming to save the lion's life and bringing food for it. Boo-hoo, you are simply the best brother in the whole world. Let's eat, let's eat." With a heart full of excitement, the yellow lion ran without swaying. Wen Youning, this isn't right. The yellow lion blew rainbow smoke while quickly rushing towards Wen Youning. "Hey, what are you doing, bold? It wouldn't treat teacher when as food, right? Damn, why are you just standing there? Run up." Wen Youning stood beside the white lion, unafraid, with both hands on her knees. "Roar!" the white lion roared at her. "Get lost." The yellow lion has already sprinted and lifted its front paw. The white lion charged in and tackled the yellow lion first. After getting beaten up, it didn't get its meal and then got hit by its brother. The yellow lion seems a bit confused now. "Ow. What are you doing, bro? I'm just trying to eat, why are you hitting me?" "Woo!" The white lion turned its head, opened its mouth wide and roared, then jumped up and pinned it down, half its body lying on the head of the yellow lion. "She is not food." The yellow lion pressed on the ground. "Wow, bro. It got dark." The white lion suppressed the yellow lion and said softly, "Woo. Stay away from her." "Ow!" The yellow lion's voice was clear. "Brother, let go of me and I will stay away. Let me see its injury." Wen Youning squatted beside the yellow lion. The white lion slowly got up and growled at the yellow lion, warning it not to attack. The yellow lion lay down obediently, not moving a muscle except for its eyes, not even its tail. "Brother won't give you food. Brother is stingy." Brother isn't stingy, why can't I eat this? Brother wants to keep it for himself to eat, yet he says it's not food. HMPH. You seem like a brother fanatic. Wen Youning laughed as she opened her backpack. How could there be a lion whose thoughts are always brother? Huh! The yellow lion turned back, his gaze always focused on the white lion, ready to lie down and beg for mercy at any moment. What? They are all just superficial wounds, not serious, Wen Youning said while holding the hemostatic medicine. It's just that the injury on the hind paw is deeper, it might limp for a while. Huh, Huangshi blinked, and then slowly opened his beast-like pupils wide. Brother, you are so amazing. You caught someone who can heal. Each lion in a private reserve is the personal property of the reserve owner, and losing even one lion is painful, so the medical team of the reserve is on standby 24 hours a day. The yellow lion has been seen wandering around its territory many times. It has also received treatment, although it may feel a bit painful and have some strange smells after waking up from sleep. It can clearly feel that the body is recovering faster. I also recall that there is the concept of treating illness. The white lion ignored the fool and stood beside Wen Youning, gazing into the distance. Are there lions over there? Wen Youning shaved off some fur around the wound, especially on the hind leg. You go ahead, chase them away and come back. Try not to get into a fight. The white lion lowered its head, looking at the yellow lion, feeling a bit uneasy. It's okay, it can't eat me. Wen Youning was very confident, not to mention that she could rely on hearing the yellow lion's thoughts to predict its next move and dodge it. With so many tourists in the reserve, security must be in place. If security is inadequate, a lion eating a tourist would trend the same day. At that time, the entire protected area would be implicated. If it really came to a fight, at most there would be some injuries, and someone would rush over with a tranquilizer gun. Roar! The white lion roared at the yellow lion's head. No eating! In front of the irritable white lion, even the yellow lion, who was being growled at with bared teeth, seemed somewhat submissive, with its ears pinned back against its head and neck retracted. Whimper. I understand. After receiving an accurate response, the white lion turned to rub against Wen Youning and ran towards the direction of the invading lion. It's Justin. The white lion looked back after running a couple of steps. The yellow lion, who originally wanted to sit up because his brother left, stubbornly maintained the awkward posture of raising his head with his upper body stiff. Lying down was not an option, and not lying down seemed even less like one. To avoid brother hitting the invading lion when he comes back, the yellow lion quietly lay back down while the white lion wasn't looking. The animal kingdom has its own version of red light, green light. It's clear that the white lion is really worried about Teacher Wen. Yellow lion, I advise you to be honest. Teacher Wen's needling skills are not to be taken lightly. Huangshi, who understands the house lions? My brother came to help, and when we meet, he first gives me 2 slaps. If you're not going after Teacher Wen, nothing will happen. If you really manage to take Teacher Wen down, what you'll gain will far exceed this. The white lion's silhouette disappeared as it slowly advanced along the path. Lions rely on scent. In such a short time, it is obviously impossible for the white lion's scent to dissipate. The yellow lion still maintains its position lying on the grass, with its eyes closed, resting. Wen Youning applied the medicine to this side and shook the medicine bottle. I might not have enough medicine here. The yellow lion has too many wounds on its body. What are people saying? Has my brother left? What's that thing beneath his head? It's so uncomfortable. Wen Youning curled his fingertips, shaking off the powder stuck in the gap of the bottle, and upon hearing this, reached out to touch the lion's head, moving a stone away. All done. Woo! The yellow lion contentedly rubbed itself on the soft grass. Thank you. Ow. Huangshi suddenly realized something was wrong, and whoosh, sat up straight, staring intently at Wen Youning without blinking. The lion didn't speak just now. This person is strange. What you're thinking? Wen Youning removed the weeds from its mane, Just as you stood up, come, turn over, let me see the wound on that side. Roar! Huang Lion yelled at her. Immediately, there was another lion's roar in the distance. Owl. The yellow lion's body trembled, silently retracting its gaping mouth. Owl. Didn't bite, didn't bite. Playing with lions and people. The yellow lion is sniffing cautiously. Strange new type of human. Interesting. No wonder he likes it. If people can guess what the lion is thinking, then hasn't the lion exposed itself? The yellow lion glanced sideways at Wen Youning, who was sprinkling powder on him, and said, "That's not okay. The lion won't think about it anymore." Not thinking about anything. I'm hungry, I want to eat antelope. The yellow lion, which still cannot accurately grasp its own voice, almost got into a fight with itself between its left and right brain. Wen Youning helped it apply medicine to the wound, and just as the bottle was empty, she said, "Don't lick the wound." Animals all like to lick their wounds for disinfection. The Elizabethan collar is not suitable for the lion's mane, so it can only endure for a while. Owl. Just lick make you mad. Lancelot. Huang Lion was flustered, his two front paws stomping on the ground, unable to bite or growl in a hurry, even wanting to raise his paw to cover Wen Youning's mouth. Hey, don't call me brother, there's a fight over there. What if I get my ass kicked while I'm here? If you don't lick, then don't lick. What are you suing about? Wu Huangshi glared at her. I am indeed my brother's biological brother. Do you think it will believe your words? Wen Youning raised an eyebrow. Huangshi. Well, it might believe you a little more. Ow! The yellow lion tilted its head and was about to lie down on the ground. Wen Youning raised her hand to gather the lion's head. Let's stand for a while. Lying down will rub off all the medicine. Owl, the person's hand was right next to their mouth, and not biting would be uncharacteristic of a wild lion. The fierce lion rose from the heart, angered and fierce. It opened its mouth wide and didn't close it. Wen Youning reached into the lion's mouth. There's a blade of grass stuck in your teeth. The brave and fierce yellow lion. I didn't bite, she reached in herself. She is slandering me, she is framing me. Huangshi hurriedly threw Wang Youning's hand away and quickly retreated to avoid danger. What are you doing? Ow! You really have bad intention. You're just thinking about how to find a good excuse for my brother to beat me up, aren't you? HMPH. I noticed it as soon as you arrived. Woo! I'm telling you, this little trick is useless. The yellow lion proudly raised his head and said, My brother never needs a reason to hit me. Put away your little thoughts. Wen Youning. What do you have to be proud of? What are you two chatting about? I give up. Hasn't the beast language homophone translator been invented yet? I really need one. No broadcast is allowed without simultaneous interpretation in the future. Teacher Wen, there's such a good way to skip class. Li? Visitors' vehicles in the protection area are moving slowly, and all seem to be heading towards the white lions. There are quite a few cars stopping, taking photos of the staff, treating the lions in the protected area from various angles. Although Wen Youning is not an official staff member, they now also have a badge, which can serve as a promotional tool. Especially, the yellow lion is practically roaring right next to Wen Youning. Many people by the tourist cars are whispering. Isn't she afraid? How did she just jump in without sedating the lions in the sanctuary? Photographers who mainly capture lions have emerged as the popularity of lions has increased. They are almost like the staff in the sanctuary, staying 24 hours and have a rough understanding of the temperaments of many lions. I've also seen how rescues of lions are typically conducted, watching Wen Youning set off with just a backpack and no protective gear. Many people looked utterly baffled. If they hadn't recognized the lion in front of them, they would have suspected that someone had intentionally released a domesticated lion for close-up filming for dramatic effect, considering they had been following and photographing the majestic lion for months. Many people on the tourist bus were yelling towards this side. Wen Youning heard it, but, with some strange accents added to the distance, she didn't respond and continued to pet the yellow lion's mane. The yellow lion doesn't give Rua, nor does it dare to hide. So it was angrily petted until it comfortably squinted its eyes. Annoying humans feeling around is quite comfortable. No, the lion must resist. Roar. Huangshi. Ayo ayo. No, the lion hasn't roared or made a sound yet. Just as I had a little thought, it was extinguished by a roar from the white lion. The white lion that chased after the invading male lion returned, with only its mane a bit disheveled and no injuries on its body. It ran back to Wen Youning's side, but its gaze fell on Wen Youning's arm, leaning in to sniff. White lion, woo. Oh, Wen. It wasn't me who bit, I didn't bite. It was the person who put their arm in my mouth. The yellow lion shouts injustice. The white lion didn't get a chance to pounce forward before being grabbed by Wen Youning. She felt the blood on the white lion's paw, pressed on the paw pad to squeeze out the retracted claw, confirming that the claws were intact before letting go. It didn't bite me, it was an accident. Wen Youning checked the claw. Don't worry, how many stray lions are there? Are they injured? Woo, the white lion tilted its head. No, several. Young. In front of the battle-hardened white lion, even the inexperienced male lion finds it difficult to win despite being outnumbered. Especially when there is a dominant male lion in the territory, the wandering lions must consider whether they can win if the dominant male lion comes to aid. Therefore, when a male lion clearly shows an intention to expel, they will also retreat while fighting. It's good that we didn't fight. Wen Youning let go of the white lion and placed the backpack on its back. The white lion can't maintain its balance while running, but it has no problem walking. Teacher Wen, look at the bullet comments. Emergency, my dog has gone stiff. What should I do? It was fine just now and suddenly it got stiff. If it's stiff, I suggest immediate rescue. Stiff, hurry to the hospital. Wen Youning said as she connected the call, I'll teach you how to rescue. Rush to the nearest animal hospital right away. Were there any symptoms before it became stiff? The sandy-colored puppy is stiff, eyes closed, scaring itself into a plank. The boy shook his head and said, No, I've been holding it all along. I just put it on the ground and saw it wouldn't stand and then realized. Wen Youning, you go first. So scary, so scary, so scary. The puppy's inner voice almost echoed simultaneously with Wen Youning's voice. Wen Youning paused for a moment, scary. After hesitating for a moment, she first asked, Does your dog have any underlying health conditions? The boy thought for a moment. What counts as an underlying condition? Underlying conditions refer to a category of chronic metabolic diseases that require long-term treatment. There are too many to include, so Wen Youning could only condition a few common ones, saying, like hypertension, coronary heart disease, chronic bronchitis, and so on. Your dog looks quite young. Has it undergone a health check? When I was just born, did my mom take me to the local veterinary station? Anyway, they said it was pretty good at the time. The boy guessed, if they found any illnesses, they would definitely tell me. The puppy kept its eyes closed from start to finish. Only after being put down did its stiff body gradually relax. What are you rambling on about? Can you let the dog go? Every day I come out for a meal and get caught by you. Wen Youning seemed to be pondering. It's not a pre-existing condition. The symptoms appeared suddenly, and the heart's voice proves that there is awareness. Wen Youning asked, What were you doing before the puppy became stiff? What could I do? I was just watching the live stream. The boy brought up the live stream and suddenly became excited. I've always liked lions. I've watched that famous movie, The Lion King, several times. That strays a bit far, the boy recalled. Actually, if you think about it, I really didn't do anything. I just got excited when I saw the lion, and I kept typing and sending bullet comments to interact with Teacher Wen. Could it be that the roar of the lion scared them? Yes, the white lion and the yellow lion have been roaring just now, and it seems that the situation was quite noisy. That's right, my cat was sleeping in the living room, but when it heard that roar, it curled up under my blanket, hee. Scared, the boy took off the in-ear Bluetooth wireless headphones from his ears. Not really, I'm wearing headphones. How could it hear the sound? You can't hear the sound. Why can't Wang's ears hear when they are perfectly fine? It's too high, too high. You must be trying to drop the dog. The dog won't be nice to you anymore. It's not a lion. It only reacts this way because you scared it, Wen Youning said as she supported the white lion, walking over the soft grass. It feels like you're holding it up too high, and it's afraid you'll drop it. The boy was terrified upon hearing this. His face turned green and he immediately shouted, "Slander. This is definitely slander. We're live streaming, there are so many people watching. Do you want me to die online?" If the accusation is confirmed, a single spit from everyone could drown him. The boy was both anxious and angry. What are you silly dog thinking about? The puppy didn't even open its eyes and forcefully placed the hat on the boy's head. In front of the boy, everything turned dark. He took a deep breath. Wow, I spent a high price for an emergency to save you, and this is how you treat me. Ah, I see, the boy suddenly realized. It's not that I want to drop it, it's a misunderstanding. He hurriedly explained, afraid that speaking slowly by even half a word would ruin his reputation on the internet. At that time, wasn't I particularly excited to hear the lion's roar? Then, as it happened to walk over, I reached out and picked it up, recreating that classic scene from The Lion King, where the little lion is lifted up. While speaking, the boy raised his hand diagonally forward, pretending to simulate the situation at that time. Just like this, and then I sang. One time spray digger, a few wah-wahs. Then when I put it down, it just got stiff. You sang well, but you can't sing next time. Don't turn on the mic, we're on the same side. Diagnosis, surprised at how off-key you can sing and thus frozen in fear. The boy hesitated and said, "So, you're saying you thought I was really going to throw it down and you got scared?" It seems after a round of justification and analysis, it really is his fault. Who is stiff? The dog just looked too high and didn't want to move. Wen Youning observed that the cub was clearly recovering and preparing to run, saying, "Maybe part of it is this reason. If it was simply scared, did it make a sound when it was picked up?" The boy no. Wen Youning thought, is it afraid of heights? The boy poked the puppy's bottom with his fingertip, trying to make it walk. After finishing her words, Wen Youning replayed them in his head. Can dogs be afraid of heights? His voice completely changed in tone, which showed just how surprised he was. Woof! Who is afraid of heights? The puppy is also confused. Do dogs also have acrophobia? Wow, this is really the first time I've heard of it. So, is it because they were lifted too high and got scared? The boy lifted the puppy with one hand and said, "But my height is less than 1.8 meters and it's not lifted vertically. It's at an angle. Even counting my arm length, it's not that high." The puppy raised its head and remained silent, stubbornly refusing to respond. "Wait, me?" The boy was startled and quickly put it down. "I didn't lift it." It's definitely a fear of heights. This height is enough for a puppy. When Youning measured the puppy's body length, it will have to jump to hit your knees when it stands up. Boy. Me too. The boy couldn't stop picking at his fingers. When it's lifted, it doesn't struggle at all. I praised it for being well-behaved and honest. I didn't expect it to cause such a big trouble. It's definitely obedient because it's scared stiff and fainted. Wen Youning said helplessly, "Don't play like this next time." This time the puppy managed to recover on its own. The situation was still quite dangerous. Still pretending to be honest, why didn't you wait for it to realize after the 7-day mourning period? Ha ha ha, just wondering if the puppy needs legal aid. Wen Youning said, give it something tasty to supplement, and if you're not at ease, take it to the hospital for a more detailed checkup. Okay, I got it. The boy thanked repeatedly and sighed heavily in front of the black screen. Wen Youning put her phone in her pocket, unwrapped a piece of candy, and playfully tugged at the white lion's mane, asking, aren't you going to patrol? What? No. Huangxi leaned in. Bro, let's go together. The white lion silently and disdainfully walked to Wen Youning's side. Wen Youning was planning to go back with the white lion, seeing the yellow lion following all the way looking like it wanted to go together. She said suspiciously, aren't you staying to guard your territory? No. No need to defend. No lion dares to invade. No one can defeat a lion. No defense. Wen Youning. Indeed, quite carefree. Earlier, when Huangxi called for help, it was so smooth without any hesitation, clearly not the first time calling. It seems that Baishi has come to help quite a few times. However, no matter how good the relationship between the yellow lion and the white lion is, for the female lions in the white lion's territory, they are still outsiders. When faced with a mother lion who bares her teeth at her previous litter, she won't allow an outsider male lion to come close. The yellow lion smelled the blood of the antelope from a distance. A small antelope showed signs of having been eaten, but most of the marks were from the cubs gnawing. The lions in the pride were not hungry. Woo-woo. The yellow lion had not yet approached, but the lioness had already stood up, warning with a woo-woo sound, picking up each cub one by one before setting them down. The cubs who were awakened were confused, but they all honestly followed their mother to move, knowing from a young age how harsh the savannah could be. The yellow lion was clearly not visiting for the first time, lying down and rolling over from a distance, exposing its belly. After walking all the way back, the medicine powder on Huangxi's body mixed with blood had dried a little. Even though it had been treated with medicine, the wound still hurt as it should, so Huangxi rolled around but wasn't very fast. What is this doing? Coming to brother's territory signifies submission. It might also be an itchy back, rubbing while lying down. I feel that this male lion is smaller than the white lion. Without a comparison, it's hard to realize how strong the white lion is. Do you understand the significance of a male lion monopolizing a small pride? Wen Youning said, it wants to eat that little antelope. Huh? Pretending to be indifferent, the yellow lion's head tilted as it rolled and crawled forward. What? No, there is. The lion is just afraid the meat will spoil, so it's just going to check on it. Wen Youning smiled and said, are you going to check? That must be hard for you. Huangxi Awo. Of course. Animal migration. There is food all around in the territory, and they can hunt whenever they are hungry. In situations where food is insufficient, the Lion King generally prioritizes eating for himself and his cubs. In a pride with many Lion Kings, conflicts may arise over food distribution. In situations where food is abundant, some good-tempered Lion Kings may not drive away an elderly wandering old lion that comes to eat the prey they have caught. Male lions fight throughout their lives, and some, when they grow old and can no longer protect their pride, will be driven away. Most Lion Kings do not live well in their old age. However, it is still good in protected areas. The elderly will be rescued. At least they won't have to worry about food and drink. The yellow lion dawdled over, finally reaching the little antelope, enduring the low growl of the white lion, and took a big bite while staring at the little antelope. Wen Youning broke a piece of jerky for it. The yellow lion sniffed. Compared to dried meat, it clearly preferred fresh meat. Mooching food and drinks. Ha ha ha, the white lion is very helpless. What can it do with a clingy younger brother? It can't kill him. Injuring him means not being able to hunt, and it still has to help feed him. What if I accidentally get lost in the reserve and the white lion finds me? Can it raise me? Hee hee. Not a sister, you this IP. You have to cross the Pacific Ocean to lose yourself in the reserve. How careless would that have to be? Wen Youning picked up the fan from the ground and planned to take it over to give a breeze to the little lion. The lioness didn't take her cubs too far away. After all, they were still in their territory, as long as they stayed away from outside lions. Wen Youning said, "Look, there's a little white lion biting its mother's tail. If danger is perceived when moving, avoid letting the cubs lag behind. The mother lion will carry them one by one, and when the cubs walk on their own, they will bite their mother's tail, trying hard not to fall behind." Wen Youning raised her phone to take a picture, just about to share the image from a different angle than the live stream, when she looked down and noticed something undulating not far away. Huff puff. Damn it, what's going on? There are faint sounds coming from the concealed bushes. A little warthog has its upper body stuck in the hole. Judging by its size, this warthog seems very young. I don't know what it is eating inside. In such a confined space, if stuck for too long, the warthog could suffocate and die. Wen Youning helped in the past. The captured warthog. It kicked its legs desperately, constantly making a strange sound like ah, somewhat resembling a donkey's bray. In a state of panic, the cries were all very strange. "Don't be afraid, I will get you out," Wen Youning comforted while trying to pull the warthog out. The little warthog's legs are short. Wen Youning grabbed its hind legs to pull it forward a bit, but no matter how it kicked, it couldn't reach her. The strange cries in the cave sounded somewhat muffled as they came out. The little warthog's struggles were not much of a resistance, but it was stuck very tightly. I don't even know what I was chasing that I crashed into. Wen Youning could only expand the area around this hole, loosen it a bit, and then pull with force. Awa, the little warty pig, was pulled out, and its hooves still couldn't stop fidgeting on the ground. After kicking vigorously for a while, the little warty pig suddenly realized it had already gotten out. It turned its head to look at the person who pulled it out, blinking its eyes. Wen Youning waved and said hello. "Owl. Not good." The warthog glared at Wen Youning. "Human, do you dare to mess with a pig? Have you lived long enough?" Just then, the white lion strolled leisurely, standing behind Wen Youning, resting his chin on her shoulder, his blue beastly eyes casting a light glance downwards. "Warthog. Who allowed you to randomly save a pig? Do pigs need saving?" "Person, pig advises you to put the pig back in." The warthog turned back, wishing it could throw itself into a burrow. The little warthog tried to dig and stuff itself back in, muttering, "Next time don't save me." If I had known what I would have to face when I came out, I would rather not come out at all. "No, come out." The little wart pig was so scared that its face changed color. Just out of the cave and into the lion's mouth. "Ha ha ha, the little warthog. I can't wait to bury myself back in the hole." Wen Youning expanded the soil around the entrance, making it softer, which allowed the little warthog to burrow in better. However, because the entrance was enlarged, it meant that the little warthog's burrowing was not effective for hiding at all. It huffed and puffed while digging, and finally managed to burrow into the hole successfully before the white lion could make a move on it. "HMPH, wanna catch me? Little lion, how ridiculous." The little warty pig adjusted its position in the hole, facing the entrance. Before it could curl up comfortably, it locked eyes with Wen Youning in front of it. The enlarged entrance fully revealed the little warty pig. The white lion tilted its head. What is it doing? Perhaps it's tired. Wen Youning used a branch to stir the surrounding loose soil. Clearly this is not the home of a little warthog. Warthogs are burrowing animals, but usually their burrows are downward facing, and they leave their burrows early in the morning to avoid being caught by predators. This burrow is located on an upward slope and is very shallow. When Wen Youning hadn't expanded the area before, it could only accommodate half of a small warthog. It might crawl in without realizing that half of it is still outside. You can play by yourself. Wen Youning helped it cover up a bit. The little warthog was nervously staring the whole time, just some little tricks to eat the pig. Only after Wen Youning patted the white lion and took it away did the little warthog timidly stick its head out, so it just left. Such a strange person. Forget it. The little warthog stared for a while, confirming that there was no possibility of this person and lion suddenly turning around to bite itself, then turned around and continued to dig. When Wen Youning arrived, it was already afternoon, almost time for the event to end. The night tour route is a different package from the daytime one, as time must be allocated for eating and resting. There is no food sold in the nature reserve. Even if you can withstand hunger by bringing your own food, you have to set aside time for your own rest. The tour buses are gradually leaving during the day. In the grassland, the change in light above is undoubtedly noticeable. Without branches to obstruct, the orange-yellow halo bathes the earth, casting a warm glow over the lush grassland. Wen Youning hung the fan around the lioness's neck so that it could still blow air to the cubs when it laid down. The little cubs were sleeping crookedly beside their mother, and even the slight buzz of the fan didn't make their ears twitch. Wild lions are clearly not accustomed to wearing things around their necks, especially something that sticks to their body. The buzzing sound becomes particularly distinct, and the gentle coolness of the breeze makes the lioness pause for a moment. Don't worry, it's just a fan. As Wen Youning distracted it, she patted its head and smiled while pointing to the side fan. If you don't want to wear it anymore, just grab it here and pull it off. Woo! The lioness raised her head and rubbed against her palm, trailing along her arm. The white lion is very interested in the fan. It was the one that got blown by it for a long time before. Now that the fan is at Mom's neck, it squeezed over to snuggle against the lioness's neck. Wen Youning poured all the water in the bottle into a small bowl. This is in the territory of the white lions, so no animals should come over to steal her bowl. She raised her hand, resting her arm on the white lion's head. I'm heading back to the hotel now. I'll come find you to play later tonight. It's too hot on the grassland. During the day, there are very few lions hunting, and most hunt at night when the weather cools down. But the white lion's pride just had a big meal today, so there's no burden of hunting tonight. Roar! The white lion bit her clothing. No. I'll be right back after I eat. When Youning squatted down, it will be quick. Moreover, the white lion doesn't have caves like the South China tiger does. She can't just bring a tent in to set up right. Wen Youning wrapped her arms around the white lion's neck, such a big one still acting cute. Roar! The white lion growled low at her. The lion's mouth, now grown, was about to bite her head. Wen Youning did not dodge or avoid, but instead hugged the fluffy fur, saying, "Good girl. Find a place to take a nap and I'll be back soon." Not far away, the yellow lion, who was eating a young antelope, heard the commotion and anxiously bit down a couple more times, meat in its mouth, preparing to run away. Only when standing up did I realize that it seemed not to be directed at me. Huang Lion him. Meat dangled from its mouth. Huang Lion instinctively chewed and continued eating while lying down. Among the vehicles leaving one after another, one car avoided the withdrawal route and stopped in a particularly conspicuous place. Wen Youning hugged the white lion and comforted it for a while. My hotel is very close to here. The surrounding hotels are almost built around the nature reserve. After all, it is the only source of income here, and the construction of the hotel is also driven by the economy generated by the lions. Tourists coming to stay can choose hotels based on the lion groups they want to see. Sometimes, if you're lucky, you can see your favorite lions through the window of a high-rise hotel. However, there's still only one entrance and exit to get in. Wen Youning chose the hotel directly opposite the entrance, and it is likely that during her journey away from the reserve, she did not exceed the territory of the white lions. She rearranged the disheveled mane of the white lion and said while holding its face, "I'll go upstairs and tell you something." The white lion turned its face away and refused to look at her. "Whatever. Remember to say it." "I definitely remember." Wen Youning smiled, hugging the white lion and rubbing against it. "Let's go." She said to go, but after just a few steps, Wen Youning suspiciously looked back, while the white lion beside her stared straight ahead. "Wen Youning, you." "Woof. Inspecting the territory." "I'm not following you." "Okay, patrol the territory." Wen Youning grabbed its tail. "Be safe." The white lion remained silent, only surveying its territory, until he reached the side of the car. Bai Minghui originally saw someone coming and was going to get out of the car to meet them, but when he saw the white lion following him, he could only return to the car. "Teacher Wen." "Wen Youning, all right, I've arrived, no need to see me off." Following all the way, sending Wen Youning to the car, the white lion stood by the car, scratching the ground with its front paw. Roar. "Didn't send." "Haha, good, didn't send. It's you patrolling the territory and we happen to pass by." Wen Youning rubbed the white lion, shaping it into various forms. "Go back, see you tonight." The white lion turned its head proudly. "Not seen." "Good." "Not good." With a twisted heart, the white lion took 2 steps away from the car's range. Wen Youning waved to it, and the tour bus started moving. "You and Lancelot have such a good relationship." Bai Minghui looked at the white lion not far away, watching them leave, and couldn't help but feel a bit emotional. He has been here for so many years, and although he is not an internal staff member of the reserve, he has come here quite often. After all, besides lions, this place is famous for nothing else. Going out to play is always the first choice of the reserve, just as common as going out to a park at home. The white lion is very resistant to the tour bus. Perhaps it thinks the appearance of the tour bus in its territory is a provocation. The current route of the tour bus has been tested a little at a time to ensure that the white lion will not become angry. Therefore, when seeing Wen Youning treating the white lion like clay, flattening and rolling it, the white lion only roars. Normally, before a person even approaches, the white lion's mouth would have already bitten down on their spine. As a result of being treated like this, the white lion only called out, and even its claws did not touch Wen Youning. Bai Minghui was completely shocked. "I knew that Wen Youning and the white lion had a good relationship, but I didn't expect it to be this good. The white lion really likes Teacher Wen, but he just says the opposite. I'm getting restless just watching this. If I go to the reserve now, will I still be able to meet Teacher Wen?" You're still sending bullet comments, while smart people are already getting ready to board. When Wen Youning arrived, her backpack was full, but by the time she returned, there were only some medicines and empty water bottles left. The meat and water were left for the lion pride. The entrance and exit of the protected area are at one location, separated in the middle by stone pillars, one on the left and one on the right, one for entry and one for exit. The tour bus follows a one-way route. The hotel of Wen Youning is the closest to the entrance, with top-notch decor and amenities. It's too close. You can see the hotel entrance almost right at the spot where the tour bus drops off. Bai Minghui said, "Teacher Wen, what time should we set off in the evening? Is it the group tour schedule or are we driving in separately?" "Can I drive alone?" Wen Youning thought it was the same as during the day. "Then let's drive alone." She went in after finishing her meal since she had nothing else to do. It might take longer with the group schedule. "All right," Bai Minghui nodded and said, "I will make arrangements." Wen Youning said, "Don't rush, you've been busy all day, you should go back and rest for a bit." Bai Minghui opened his mouth but didn't dare to say that he spent the whole day on his phone while earning 3 times the salary. Cough. Don't worry, Teacher Wen. I'll definitely arrange tonight's schedule properly. Wen Youning raised an eyebrow, not sure why Bai Minghui suddenly seemed so energized, but he sounded quite lively. Take the elevator directly. The floor selected by Wen Youning isn't particularly high, after all. She chose it so that she could see the lions from the window. If it were too high, she would need a telescope to see the lions. Bai Minghui put down his backpack. Well, Teacher Wen, you can rest first. I'm going back now. Okay. Once the door closed, Wen Youning casually picked up the backpack and placed it on the table to avoid forgetting it when leaving later, putting some jerky inside first. Wen Youning finished packing her backpack and noticed the drifting live broadcast equipment. I forgot. If I had known, I would have left you all to watch the white lion in the lion group. How could you forget such a good idea? But if I leave the live broadcast equipment behind, won't I get beaten by the white lion? I might also get hit by the little lion. This position really allows you to see the lion. Wen Youning brought the live broadcast equipment to the huge floor-to-ceiling window, and there was a white lion lying under the shade of a tree, only its paws visible. Due to the distance, the paws looked somewhat blurry. But if you can really see it, the hotel isn't falsely advertising. See you. Wen Youning opened her hair, picked up a bath towel and said, I'm going to take a shower. At the same time the words fell, the bathroom door made a click sound and closed. Meanwhile, the white lion lying under the tree seemed to turn over, and its claws were retracted accordingly. Show us the tree. This is a scam. Ding dong. Ding dong. The old-fashioned doorbell of the hotel rang continuously, giving the visual doorbell a somewhat antiquated feel. The mist in the bathroom is rising. The sound of water had long since stopped. By the time Wen Youning changed clothes and came out, her hair was already dry. She looked at the visual doorbell. Teacher Wen, are you there? Outside, Jing Yizhu noticed that the visual doorbell lit up. It's me, Jing Yizhu. Is there something you need to talk to me about? They had come on a cruise ship and this was the only high-end hotel in the area. When checking in, Wen Youning had encountered the guests participating in the program. Our travel group has run into a small problem, and we don't know any reliable animal doctors here, so we wanted to trouble you to take a look. Jing Yizhu said, I was in the emergency room during the live stream, but it seems you were busy and didn't see. Is a small animal sick? How's the situation? When Youning picked up the live broadcasting equipment that was fixed by the window, what kind of animal is it? It's a long-haired golden-shaded cat. Fu Wenjia noticed this morning when getting off the boat that the cat's mental state was not good and it wasn't eating much either. So they paused the filming and took it to our team's animal doctor for a checkup, but nothing could be found and there were no professional instruments available. They couldn't even take an X-ray. Jing Yizhou said, the doctor said to observe again to see if there is diarrhea, speculating that it may be due to frequent changes in environment causing discomfort. Wen Youning asked as they walked, did you do any socialization training before bringing the cat out for travel? Cats and dogs are different. Cats are naturally sensitive. They are also exceptionally sensitive to changes in their environment, making them prone to stress reactions. Stress reactions can be fatal for cats, with symptoms like vomiting, diarrhea, and rapid breathing. The most common symptoms of feline infectious peritonitis are vomiting, diarrhea, and loss of appetite, which is very dangerous. Therefore, when taking a cat out, there are many more things to pay attention to than when taking a dog out. It's easy for cats to get stressed when they go out. Does the production team not consider this before daring to take the cat on the road? Whose cat is it? I remember this show only has Fu Wenjia bringing a cat. Her cat even shoots commercials, so it should be used to this kind of environment and shouldn't get stressed, right? Hiss, I hope the kitten is okay. Otherwise, the production team is doomed, I'm telling you. As a tour guide, Jing Yizhu had already researched the guests and the pets they brought with them before the show. After all, any issues would need him to step in to resolve. Regarding Wen Youning's question, he pondered for a moment and said, I have done it before, but Fei Fei has been flying everywhere with Fu Wenjie since she was young. She is a singer and often goes on nationwide tour, even overseas for concerts. Fei Fei has always followed without any problems. Everything was fine until last night when things started to feel off. Wen Youning nodded and spoke as they arrived downstairs to Fu Wenjie's room, where the director, cameraman, and other guests were present. Chirp, 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 chirp. Big Mao Mao, why did you suddenly become like this? Mao Mao is not soft anymore. Are you okay? I'm so worried about you. Why aren't you eating? Is it because this food isn't good? I can share my seeds with you. Not yet. At the door, the familiar, noisy chirping of little birds enters my ears. Wen Youning Baizu. The snow-white pearl bird, which was chattering while perched on the long-haired golden tabby, suddenly turned its head and said, Chirp. Person. Wow, it's really you, long time no see. Teacher Wen, are you also here to play? Yan Yushin reached out to scoop up some white snow, but the little pearl bird saw Wen Youning too excited and quickly darted over. He didn't even have time to extend his hand. You all know each other. Jing Yizhu didn't expect that teacher Wen knew quite a few people in the circle. The pearl bird was delayed a bit while passing through. Ji Yan didn't take the same cruise with us. It was a missed connection. Yan Yushin said, I was just saying, Xiaojing also knows the local doctor, and it turns out Teacher Wen is also here. With Teacher Wen here, there's no need to worry. Come on, everyone make way, let Teacher Wen in. The director of the program smiled and nodded at Wen Youning. Hello, Teacher Wen, thank you for your trouble. It's fine, I'll just check on the cat. Wen Youning knelt on one knee by the bed. Fu Wenjie sat beside her, carefully holding the paw of the golden short hair. Although the golden short hair looked weak and powerless now, to avoid a sudden outburst of claws and scratching someone, at this height, it was easy to scratch the doctor's face, so it still needed to be pressed down. Wen Youning put on gloves and with her fingertips, she opened the eyes of the golden gradient cat and asked, Do you have any impression of when the food intake started to decrease? I completely stopped eating anything since yesterday. If it's a reduction, it seems like it started last Friday. Yes, that's right. Since I started measuring out the cat food, there have been leftovers. But after leaving it alone, it will slowly eat up the leftovers by itself. As she spoke later, Fu Wenjie felt it might not quite align with the doctor's question and carefully asked, Does this count? Yes, Wen Youning reached out to touch the golden gradient cat's belly. Meow, the golden British shorthair stretched out its paw to scratch her. What are you doing? You have no sense of boundaries at all. Can you just pet a cat whenever you want? Bold. Fei Fei, don't move, Fu Wenjie urgently said. The doctor's sister is saving you. Wen Youning's fingertips continuously adjusted their position on the golden gradient abdomen and gently pressed. There hasn't been any diarrhea, right? Fu Wenjie nodded. Yes, it's because there hasn't been any diarrhea that our group's doctor suggested monitoring for a while. If diarrhea occurs, it can basically be diagnosed. The symptoms are vague, which makes it hard to judge. Should we take an X-ray? Seeing that Wen Youning was only doing the examination and not saying anything, Fu Wenjie felt increasingly uncertain and mumbled, This broken place doesn't even have a place to take X-rays for cats. If they could take an X-ray, she would have taken the cat already. The doctors and emergency facilities in the reserve are not available for rent, and even if Fu Wenjie wanted to pay more, it wouldn't work. Chirp, chirp. The finch flew over and landed on Wen Youning's shoulder. You must save it. It's not easy for a bird to make a friend. It can't just die like this. Meow, the golden shorthair tilted its head. Little bird, don't worry, the cat is fine. White snow. Wen Youning said apologetically as he stepped forward, catching the pearl bird. He didn't want to keep it confined in the house. If it weren't for the director saying they needed to film a happy reunion scene, he would have taken the pearl bird out long ago. The small chatterbox kept calling, which was too distracting for the other teachers. Fu Wenjie said, "No baring your teeth, that's the teacher's pet. You don't even eat your meal, yet you want to eat the little bird." While checking, Wen Youning defended the little cat, saying, "It doesn't want to eat the pearl bird. It and white snow are friends." Cats and birds becoming friends, this statement has flaws. Previously, someone from Reuters captured Feifei carrying a zebra finch in its mouth, and Fu Wenjie had to perform an emergency rescue. So, the zebra finch that was chirping just now was not mocking the sick kitten, but actually caring about the kitten. What you said makes it hard for me to live after I previously gloatingly cursed Snow White. What is the relationship between the pearl bird and the long-haired golden kitten? As the owner, Fu Wenjie knows best. She observes their interactions all the time. Feifei often snaps at Snow White. If she weren't so vigilant, her claws would have gone up already. Previously locked in a cage, Feifei even tried to bite open the lock to squeeze over to Baizu's side. It was obvious she wanted to eat, and later she consciously controlled not to let Feifei and Baizu appear on screen at the same time. Fu Wenjie really didn't quite believe what Wen Youning said. Teacher Wen, what exactly is Feifei sick with? Fu Wenjie was very worried. She felt that Feifei wouldn't get stress-induced cat stomach congestion, but apart from diarrhea, the other symptoms were increasingly resembling it. She feels a bit uncertain. When she frightens herself, she likes to search online, finding various related cases, along with big data push notifications. After looking around, it feels like the cat might have a terminal illness. Fu Wenjie was so frightened that she couldn't sleep well and has already started discussing the breach of contract with her agent, planning to take Feifei back for treatment. The local medical level is somewhat lacking, and the animal medical level is even worse. Wen Youning asked, "Do you eat anything else besides cat food?" Fu Wenjie said, "Canned cat food and cat treats are also what it eats regularly." She has experience taking cats out, so she can say that the cat beds in hotels are all based on its sleeping habits. The food portions cannot be easily changed. Meow. No. Does a seed count? No. I can't say seeds are not allowed to eat. Where are the leaves? The leaves are not allowed either. Forget it, no one is talking. Seeds, leaves. When Youning looked at the pearl bird, Baizu, did you give it to it? Fu Wenjie only realized at this moment that Wen Youning's question was not directed at her, but at Feifei. Moreover, it looks like Feifei seems to have given the answer. Cheep, the pearl bird that was forbidden to talk was called on, and with a shake of its white wings it took off like a catapult. Right, it's definitely tasty, and I'm sure Da Mau Mau likes it too. Is Da Mau Mau sick because of the seeds? Da Mau Mau cannot eat seeds. Wen Youning gently patted the pearl bird, saying that the bird feed is not poison. It contains mostly grains, and for cats it's either eat or not eat, so there shouldn't be any issues. But just to be safe, Wen Youning said, "Mr. Yan, please send me the ingredient list for the bird food for the pearl bird." Wen Youning, okay. Wow, it really is because of eating irregularly. Is eating seeds this serious? It means it's poisoning. No matter how hard Fu Wenjie thought, she couldn't figure out when she had been so vigilant to prevent Feifei from hurting Baeksu. When did that seed get eaten? Especially since it's something like seeds. Cats usually don't even eat corn kernels. Why did it suddenly change its taste? She waved the cat treat she had torn open earlier in front of the golden gradient cat, trying to stimulate its appetite. Being able to eat smoothly by herself can be considered a slow recovery. Woo-woo, the British Shorthair smelled its favorite food and licked its nose, feeling a bit unenthusiastic. So fragrant, so fragrant, so fragrant. Can't eat, it'll hurt my throat. Damn it, stop tempting the cat. The golden, gradually changing cat refuses to eat, instead pulling at its claws and very resistant to eating cat treats. Chirp, chirp, the pearl bird pokes its head out, turning to tug at its own feathers. The bird will send you a few feathers. Don't be sad, people are amazing and you will be okay. Wen Youning held the pearl bird, her fingertips already grazing the neck of the golden gradient cat. If you send a few more, have you sent feathers before? Jeeba. Of course, the bird really loves the big feathers. I gave it a lot of feathers, and just yesterday I gave it a super pretty feather. Given, Fu Wenjie eyed, awkwardly glancing at Yan Yushin. I thought it was caught by Feifei. She even went to apologize to Yan Yushin. Although I don't know why the pearl bird that has been on Yan Yushin's shoulder keeps having its feathers pulled out by Feifei, one should still have the proper attitude. So, it's not that they got into a fight, but rather the pearl bird is pulling its own feathers off its shoulder and throwing them down to Feifei, who then picks them up. Seriously, just making friends, but look how seriously you two adults are guarding against it. We have to guard against it closely. It'll be too late once it's in your mouth. If it weren't for teacher when saying this, Mao Mao would have died unjustly. Meow. Meow is hiding very well. Don't worry about being taken away by your sister. Meow. Have you finished touching the person? Meow is really getting angry. Wen Youning repeatedly confirmed, where did you hide that super beautiful tail feather? Meow. What do you care? Meow is hidden in the belly, sister can't find it. Wen Youning, did you eat it? Meow how? No. What did it eat? Fu Wenjie's tone suddenly rose. Wen Youning said, Bai Zhu gave it a tail feather, and all the feathers from Feifei before were taken by you. It's afraid you'll take it again, so it hid them. But since it often changes places, the kitten doesn't have many places to hide. So in the end, things developed too. Wen Youning, it had a flash of inspiration. Fu Wenjie. I almost couldn't catch my breath. Fu Wenjie's voice was hoarse, so it ate the feather. To be precise, it's stuck here. Wen Youning pointed with her fingertip along the cat's neck. Right here, behind the tonsils, it's stuck. The zebra finch is small in size, and although I don't know how long the tail feather that was sent out is, it can't be much different from an ordinary feather. Wen Youning said, this position hurts when swallowing, just like when you're eating. Every time you swallow, it's like someone is poking you with a needle. After a lot of times like this, you just won't eat anymore. Fu Wenjie said nervously, so does that mean we can only go to the hospital to take it out now? Wen Youning thought for a moment, is there a medical kit? I'll give it a try. If it hasn't been stuck for long and isn't too deep, it can be taken out like removing a fish bone. Yes, said the accompanying doctor beside them, here, this is it. You can see what you need. Thank you. Wen Youning disinfected the tweezers and handed the flashlight to Fu Wenjie. Could you help me with the light? Fu Wenjie, okay. Wen Youning pressed her thumb lightly against the kitten's mouth. Let's look at this position. Fu Wenjie responded with twice, but upon closer inspection hesitated. There's nothing there. Tilt it a bit, press it against the bottom. Wen Youning applied force, controlling the golden-shaded cat. Hold your hand steady. Fu Wenjie held the wrist of the hand holding the flashlight, and since she couldn't see, she simply didn't look. Pulling it out for too long would make the cat uncomfortable, so Wen Youning acted quickly and used tweezers to pull out the feather. Wu Ao, the long-haired golden tabby, shook its head uncomfortably. With the feather pulled out, Wen Youning just released her hand accordingly. The golden retriever opened its mouth, fur bristling as it bared its teeth at Wen Youning. Wu. What are you doing, you human? After trying to swallow a couple of times, the golden retriever paused and said, Wu. It seems it doesn't hurt anymore. The golden gradient cat licked its nose. Ao. It really doesn't hurt anymore. The pearl bird's tail feathers are very short, at most just the length of 2 joints of a pinky finger, wet with the saliva of the golden gradient cat and tinged with a bit of blood. Wen Youning placed the feather on the tray and took off her gloves. "All right, let's eat lighter in the next few days." "Okay." Fu Wenjie looked at the feather, feeling the tight string in her brain loosen. God knows, she has already planned to cause trouble with the program group after breaking the contract and leave the industry, but she must take her cat to the hospital. The ticket has already been bought. Boo-hoo, it's really great to have nothing going on. Meow, the long-haired golden-shaded cat that tried to eat the cat treat bit thin air. Fu Wenjie put away the cat treat. "You should eat lightly, let's skip the snacks for now." Meow. No. The kitten had a clever idea and almost sent itself away. The clever kitten, don't be so smart in the future. Fu Wenjie pinched his brow and looked at the damp feather, feeling an overwhelming mix of anger and amusement. Which cat would think of hiding things in its stomach? I still want to hide it, but it got stuck in my throat, still at that tricky angle. Before they called Teacher Wen, their variety show's animal doctor had also checked the throat, but found no issues. If it weren't for Wen Youning actually taking something out with tweezers, Fu Wenjie wouldn't have dared to believe that a cat would actually eat feathers. Yet her rebellious child is just so unconventional. The golden gradient cat still didn't know what had happened. All it knew was that it was finally not in pain anymore, and there were no cat treats about to reach its mouth, so it angrily called out "Waya" to Fu Wenjie. Chirp, the pearl bird flew down from Wen Youning's body. "You're fine now, this is really the best news the bird could hear." Meow, the golden gradient cat leaned in to sniff at the little bird and raised its paw to pat it. Fu Wenjie was indeed afraid that under the gaze of so many eyes, Jin Jianshan would send the zebra finch into his mouth. "It's fine, so many people are watching, no need to worry." Wen Youning took out a box of medicine from the medicine cabinet and said, "In the evening," she lifted her wrist to check the time, "at 9 o'clock tonight, measure the temperature. If there is an abnormal temperature, take 1 pill." "Okay." Fu Wenjie held the medicine box in her hand. "Thank you. How do we pay for the consultation fee? I'll call my agent over." When participating in the program, respect the rules of the game and they don't bring money. Mr. Jing has paid. Wen Youning, who was brought in as an emergency, said, "They are playing well together and I'm really not at ease, so I'll just keep an eye on them. No need to be overly cautious." Meow. The golden gradient cat, busy grooming the parakeet, took a moment to echo Wen Youning's words. "That's what I'm saying, Meow. People say that cats should make more friends, but when I do, you're still not happy. What a strange person. You are not allowed to pull out your own feathers to give to the cat anymore." Wen Youning gently patted the little head of the pearl bird and specially reminded it. "No matter if it is swallowed or stuck in the throat, it is very dangerous." Chirp, the pearl bird, like a little wooden fish, shook its head in response to being tapped, but its response revealed a touch of honesty. "Okay, the bird knows it won't be delivered anymore. You all keep busy, I'll be leaving first." Wen Youning closed the medicine box and returned it to the doctor. The accompanying doctor observed the entire process and found it difficult to determine where the problem lay without the corresponding instruments in the matter of medical diagnosis. Seeing Wen Youning about to leave, he couldn't help but ask, "Teacher Wen, how did you know it had a feather stuck in its throat?" "It said that the throat hurts when eating." Wen Youning specifically checked her throat more carefully. The place where the feather got stuck and the normal sensation still had subtle differences. However, if she hadn't known about the throat pain beforehand, the doctor wouldn't have repeatedly compared the sensation during the examination. Wen Youning is essentially working backwards from the answer to deduce the question. The doctor who planned to learn some treatment methods. Wonderful. Jing Yizhu saw this and followed Wen Youning out. "Thank you, Teacher Wen, I will take you back." Wen Youning, "No need, I can go by myself." Teacher Wen, please wait a moment. The director squeezed through the staff from inside, adjusted his black-framed glasses, and smiled honestly. I think the footage our photographer captured just now is good, but since you were in it, would you consider appearing on our program? Afraid that Wen Youning would refuse, the director, who really liked the scene from just now, felt heartbroken no matter which frame he cut. He hurriedly patched it up, saying, I really respect portrait rights and copyright freedom on my side, and I won't mix in any malicious edits. It will be just as it was then, and I'll sign a contract with you for a special guest appearance. How does that sound? The appearance fee will be based on the highest appearance fee for guests in our program. Does that work for you? Was it just that one scene? Oh my. Is the program team really that wealthy? I'm impressed. Come on, Teacher Wen's live stream has such a high number of viewers in real time. This appearance fee isn't high. Teacher Wen is indirectly promoting the program as well. Exactly, aside from the artists' identities participating in the show, the program has barely created any buzz at all. Teacher Wen's live streams have saved them so much in promotion. Teacher Wen deserves it. Wen Youning thought for a moment and said, draft the contract and send it to me to take a look. Got it. With Wen Youning saying this, the director felt much more at ease. You can go back to rest first, and I'll find someone to get it done and come find you right away. Ding! Just as the voice fell, the elevator door opened. The director smiled and waved at Wen Youning, holding a phone while looking for legal advice, happily thinking that he would negotiate to raise the appearance fee later, wondering if he could agree to the scene of interacting with a whale on the ship. The shot was taken, but it couldn't be released. If Wen Youning agreed to leave the program group, it would be exclusive. Directly book popular variety shows. Wen Youning returned to the room, tidied up a bit, and then went out with a backpack. Bai Minghui was waiting downstairs with a hat on. Teacher Wen, it's all arranged. We'll drive in ourselves tonight. Generally speaking, on the bus, besides tourists and guides, there is a fixed staff member from the reserve, who is the stabilizing force supporting the overall situation and serves as a lifesaver. But Wen Youning's situation can only be considered a special case. She entered as a staff member, which is a peculiarity that is compliant and reasonable. Bai Minghui driving himself would be more convenient. Wen Youning got into the car and asked, will it be unsafe for you to sit in the car by yourself after I get out? No, don't worry, as long as I don't get out of the car, I'll be fine. Bai Minghui drove, laughed, and added, besides, if a lion really attacks the car, it doesn't matter how many people are inside. Something would happen. We can't just wait around to see who runs faster. The one who runs slower will get eaten by the lion, right? The official account of the protected area has already posted pictures of Teacher Wen and the white lion together. Laughing to death, this guy is quite fast. Another one trying to take advantage of Teacher Wen's popularity. Let him pay. Talking. You're everywhere. Live stream comments just talking. Lin charge. Wen Youning sat in the window seat with a gentle evening breeze blowing, feeling quite similar to the summer breeze at home, perhaps even a bit warmer. Bai Minghui is queuing in front, waiting for the inspection. Cars that drive alone and do not follow the line are checked more strictly. Once we pass this checkpoint, it will be faster inside. You might have to wait a moment, Teacher Wen. Please have some water first. Bai Minghui turned around and handed over a bottle of mineral water covered in frost. Wen Youning took the slightly cool bottle and set it aside, adjusting the live broadcast equipment and saying, I'll connect to the live stream first. Okay. Bai Minghui lowered the curtain on the car roof halfway. The soundproofing effect is minimal, but it's better than nothing. Wen Youning opened the ID of Polaris, and the avatar is a turtle. Hello, can you hear me, Teacher Wen? The boy's doubtful voice fluctuated as he adjusted his headphones on the other end. Hello, this should be about right. Wen Youning, your pet. It's a turtle. Polaris leaned closer to the transparent glass tank, which was arranged in a row containing various landscapes. Besides the sick turtle, there was also a gecko and a corn snake hanging on a landscaping tree. I am quite used to keeping crawling-type exotic pets, and I have quite a few. But the main purpose of Polaris coming to chat is to ask about his turtle. Teacher Wen, can you help me take a look at this turtle? Is the left side of its face big? What did you say? What do you mean? The turtle is retracting its neck halfway and looks quite confused. Wen Youning turned her phone horizontally and said while looking at the focused lens, "This is definitely not normal. How long has it been?" "Not sure, but I noticed it this morning." Polaris held the turtle in her hand. The turtle's head was partially retracted, and the growth on its head made it difficult for it to fully retract its head. "I went to the pet hospital and they suspected it was a tumor, but they lacked experience in treating exotic pets and didn't dare to make a hasty judgment. So they told me to go find a doctor who specializes in exotic